as we are once again live upon the internet. Let me double check that out. Title went through, it did. Did I spell it all correctly? Yeah. Well, no obvious mistakes, at least. And hello there, Kurfürst and Toasty. As, everything is at the ready. Although actually not fully, of course, but we'll fix that. For a build showcase, which I really want to do today, which we are going to go to today. And yeah, that's as I prepare briefly.
Safe area detected.
In the browser windows for using in a few seconds. Oh, well, in a few seconds. Well, I need to basically get the build picture for this build first together. So we'll be doing that first. As it is at the ready. Actually, it says Vexix here even as well. Okay. As yeah, I got sidetracked by seeing Vexix there in the camera very big, just because the camera was like leaning up against this part or something. And hey there's Snakes and Spune. Oh, did they announce Division 3? Okay. I don't follow the news much, but if you have a link to an article, they didn't announce that they're building a team for that. Okay, they announced they're going to. They intend to maybe in the future make one of those announcements. Then I'm guessing. Because yeah, I would be very much surprised if they actually would announce. Just it could. Because if it were like announcement in the way that like an actual announcement would usually be, which is like in a year, it's coming out in a year or something. That would not be massive. Then, basically, it could not be massive as far as I understand it. Having looked at them around like 5 months ago, really deeply, and how many teams they have, how many people they have, and how many people are accounted for, basically. Yeah, it's there was no like big team missing that could be working on. Okay, Julian Garrity. I do not know this name.
This is what I live for.
See what he's worked on before. Oh, he's the director on Star Wars Atlas. That's interesting that he then got moved over to Division. And he's worked on some Splinter Cell things. I'll be interested to see which version of Splinter Cell Pandora he actually was working on. Because yeah, there are several versions and some of them are better than others. Well, actually, you know what I can do, of course? I can take you guys along. Now, this should work, I feel. Should be working, yeah. Make it a lot bigger. So yeah, this guy got appointed to as an executive producer for the Division brand, which is likely basically means that he's also in charge of the other two Division games coming out. The mobile one in Resurgence and Heartland. But yeah, he did work as well on Division 2 from his IMDb page that I just visited. Blah, blah, blah. After joining at the team... I was creative director. And... now he's setting his sight on Tom Clancy Division 2 as well as other projects set in the Division. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's the softest. Okay, So yeah, a core focus of Garrity is to build a team for Tom Clancy The Division 3. Okay, so it's not even like pre, it's like the preest of pre's. We're not even in the alpha, we were still in the number phase. $40 million players? That would surprise me.
That transmitter fails, we're screwed. So let's make sure it doesn't fail, okay?
I would be very surprised if the Division actually had 40 million players across all of its games. I mean, he's still on Outlaws, so likely even until Outlaws actually finishes, he won't be really focused on the Division end. But yeah, that's at least good news. That shows commitment to future projects. That's not a bad thing. But yeah, I could very well see them taking another likely. Well, 5 years is a bit much. I would say likely at 4 years, especially if they're pushing it out already. I could see them putting it out in 4 years max. 3 years with a crunch, but I wouldn't recommend it. Mostly because as well the engine and stuff is pretty much in place. There is still a team that kind of knows it. Mostly, of course, they're now working on Pandora on whatever the blue things. Avatar, and then Star Wars Outlaws, which is both using the same engine, I believe. So yeah, they can pull those people back and just work on them. Yeah, I can understand that, especially as there that he just dislikes it. People hyping it up too much, because yeah, that's very much just an announcement of someone working, and they needed something for it to matter for him there. So they just put Division 3 into it, most likely.
Everything right until it really matters.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, Avatar is coming out like soonish, right? Like I've seen commercials for it. When is that one coming out? Da, da, da. Avatar's Frontiers of Pandora. That's the one, right? Yeah. It's coming to PlayStation 5 on December 7th. Oh yeah, basically this Christmas season. So that's one of their games. And yeah, they can likely reabsorb a lot of that team to come back into Division. I could see that happening. Because yeah, big games like Ubisoft games are usually not in like the like in the 4 year plus range quite often, just because yeah, Ubisoft doesn't do them that way. Like they they just stick to their deadlines and get it out basically, even if it's not completely finished basically, which is kind of the downside. But they don't do like 10-year cycles like something like Rockstar North does or something like that. Like they don't do that kind of stuff. Also, they can toss so many people at some projects that, because yeah, they have like thousands upon thousands of people. Because even like a game like Division, just that intro where it just shows all of the logos of the teams that have worked on the game, you will see like studio after studio after studio, which will likely happen with Division 3 as well. And they then just basically get pulled out, because Ubisoft has a lot of these studios that just get pulled into a project and then just work on that project. And once it's out, it just They just move and help other teams basically, which is quite unique in like the gaming space. Like Embracer and stuff is also kind of trying to do that by putting support studios onto big studios, but not to the level that like Ubisoft does it, or EA. EA is the other one that does that pretty well. Activision tries it, but they fail quite often. They still keep it. They nowadays have gone back to just keeping it one studio on a game. So before, as we got sidetracked there, but by some news at least, them putting a face on Division again is kind of cool. Like that's gonna help. Like one person in charge. So I have the old build picture here. It has been moved to become an X build because I do want to hang on to it. Because this is a much easier version to get than the one we put together now. As we found out, as the farming took forever. In the end, as well, I as you may notice, this mask is not a Habsburg mask, which was what I was looking for. But I got these knees while farming. And I already had some Brazos piece knees. I got rid of that one because I had a bunch of Brazos pieces for crafting still available on my character. So I attempted to get the mask, and I did, although I spent still like maybe 100 crafts before I got it, which, means that this build is actually quite of a annoying way to get it together. But it's all optimized all together already and is ready to go. I also went for a backpack that I can re-roll the talent on, but I won't. On the other one, of course, it was tech support, but I'll be keeping it vigilance. And the output of it is quite a bit higher. But as well, for the build picture itself, it won't be with that, as I was messing about with the determined white dot, and I will show that for part of the thingy of the build showcase. But as at this point, determined is staying around, so I might as well just not ignore it. As they see, indeed, there's a determined, and he runs out. But I will show parts with determined. Mostly just have shown it because otherwise people will say, why didn't you? But so I have a new, fresh, empty one at the ready, and we're gonna fill this one up to begin with. I have the wrong thing selected. I want that selected. Well, I'm gonna make this build picture. Gonna add some damage numbers for the scalpel, for the nemesis, of course, for a mantis, and maybe that white dot as well. I'm gonna crop this to be a little bit different, like that. Let's just get this stuff in there. So I actually haven't made a build picture in quite a while. So for a second I was like, wait, how do I do this again? But it's like riding a bike. It's done it so many times that it's still kind of in the fingers. And those two Brazos pieces, well, one of them is a Picaro, so that one is actually, I mean, it's still an annoying farm because you need to find a headshot one. But the other Brazos piece and the two Habsburg pieces, those took quite a bit. It's kind of annoying because that means that to recreate the build is a lot more difficult. But that's also why I'm gonna just show the other version as well, basically the much easier to get version. Just need these, and then I'll Yes. Hmm. Just make it fit. Yeah, one thing I should do as well, because I have a Nemesis with grade 20, but I'll just add the number for that one in as well, because yeah, that's gonna pump up its damage by quite a bit, especially its peak. Yeah, let's just grab its stats. And everything's there's a lot of optimization happening on this build. Is that one of the... I think actually in the end it would have been easier. So one of the things I went for is to try to keep the chest and the backpack, especially not record, just so that's easier to get, of course. In the end, I might have been better off farming and like this backpack with like these two stats and this vigilance, and then recording this one. Although actually, oh no, actually no, that would, yeah, no, because all of these come with blue cores, so they would need to have been recorded anyway. So yeah, I'm a dum-dum, and that does ignore what I just said there. It had to be those 4 pieces anyway, so. But they're getting record anyway from blue to yellow, so. Because actually also I now recognize that I could have this chest is also yellow coreable if need be, but the need isn't there because yeah, we have 6 skill tiers anyway on the turret and the drone, 4 from cores, and then 1 from 2-piece of Brazos, and then 1 from technician. But yeah, this version is quite a lot better than the other one. I don't know why I started at the bottom. It's not something I usually do. That also kind of means that I need to put them in place right away, because otherwise it's hard to tell which one is which. And yeah, for the gameplay parts of this one, I'll mostly be using it solo. I feel I might take it into a match-made mission, maybe. But yeah, it's very much isn't. And like this isn't the group build. It will like half of the point of it is that it has enough damage to kill on solo with a headshot, to be a headhunter on solo basically. It is basically multiplayering with its turret and its drone. Let's make this small. Do it like this and this, and I'll everything across all at once. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to move that. What's easiest?
That's what I've got.
Actually, she should have an extra headshot mod here. Yeah, she does. Let's use this one for it. Do. Let's see. There's one of the pieces I will, of course, try out here. That's actually Griffiths brought it up there as well, of no memento, and indeed, no memento, although I will show it as one of the options. The downside here, and so this is also the reason I went with the Araldi backpack with this, because giving up the Araldi is the single piece that like kind of can. Basically, I couldn't have it be the second piece of Brazos. I could have it be the second piece of HE, but Araldi is of course only 10%, and HE is 15%. So that's why that last piece is the Araldi piece on the backpack. But in my playing around a little bit with it, giving up 10 marksman rifle damage, giving up basically another skill damage and a headshot, although of course the skill damage you make up a little bit with the long-term buff and stuff of it, and also giving up a vigilance, brought the cap down low enough that it started to hurt it basically. And it's not a build that can really get the short-timed buff regularly, so it'll just only fill up to be 30 weapon damage and 30 skill damage. The skill damage is nice. Well, skill efficiency. Well, yeah, we're mostly taking the only skill haste and skill damage out of that, really. That's nice, but that's also, competing against here having 10 already. So it's only 20 real skill damage. The haste is nice. The skill health is a little bit nice. But just especially losing vigilance, taking off that cap, basically making that first shot. I'll show that as well in a second with the damage numbers of it. It makes the first shot of the Nemesis a lot less consistent against especially purples. So you kind of need a red to start it off, where with this, even elite rushers, you can actually one-shot them as the first shot with the Nemesis. Let me double check if I want to have this as well as an option. Show as option. That is with the headshot mod. Because of course, memento is always a decent option. Because actually also in the turret drone hybrids and stuff, with the exception, I think, of only the striker, all of the turret drone hybrids I have are set up to be able to take a memento, because sometimes it's useful. The regen as well is kind of useful. Like that's kind of handy as well. And then we need the weapon names. And I'm especially going to put Nemesis and Scalpel. Kind of actually as well want Mantis. And White Death. And we'll give it some damage numbers. And I kind of want this second. Yeah, kind of what I want to do as well with this is give them 3 numbers. Or well, at least 2 numbers. So basically the first shot and the cap shot. And then with this background first.
We're seeking skilled tradesmen. With all
You could hide no momentum. Hide no momentum. I don't understand. I want to. You could hide no momentum somewhere. Wouldn't it be worth to lose Araldi in favor of Fox? Yes, but not with keeping the. That would mean getting either a Brazos or a Habsburg piece with vigilance. Like that's just going to increase the complexity of the build by a ton. That's the reason I didn't go with it. Is like the practical reason for it. Or even punch trunk wouldn't because I'm not using the pistol here at all. You would be just losing this 10. You would gain another 10 headshot, but the headshot is already quite diminished. And mostly the thing that this build really needs is weapon damage to increase its cap. What goes into because headshot, the increase from headshot doesn't go into headhunter. It's only really weapon damage. But yeah, Fox would be actually the thing with Fox as well. It doesn't go into that into headhunter. It doesn't go into the stored part of headhunter. So this build has enough that it could do that. It could have a Fox, but yeah, that would mean moving either a Habsburg or a Brazos piece to this backpack slot, and that's a hell of a grind. That's beyond what I'm willing to do, and especially as well, then it is doable to go for the memento, and with that one, not really anymore because either giving up the Brazos or the Habsburg for the memento then isn't really worth it. So it's kind of set up in that way. While Foxes would be better, especially for the first shot. But also here, the thing is, I kind of need the cap, because this is very much not a build that only cares about the first shot. It's also a build that kind of cares about its cap. Because even currently, I max it out and then swap over to the scalpel. Like I'm doing 14 mil, which is enough to kill most elites solo. And actually, I should turn on damage numbers just so it's easier to see them because that was actually on a crit. Actually, it's 14.4. Yeah. And that's capped out, of course. But yeah, that's kind of at the limit of what is acceptable for it because yeah, I kind of want to, of course, use the Nemesis first and then move on over to that scalpel and basically overcharge every minute. Like that's the play style of it. Yeah, let's give it some damage numbers. And enemy close. Actually, it doesn't really matter what the enemy itself is. So yeah, this is gonna be Nemesis. Actually, yeah, I should shoot something over there and just get a kill. And then bring it over here and get another kill. And then another kill. And if I take these numbers... it's annoying that that third one is a crit, actually. Let's see if I can get a non-crit. Or actually, I need the body shot first. I would love for 3 non-crits, but yeah, the Nemesis, of course, has... Yeah, let's do that. I'll go for 3 non-crits. Even if it takes a second. Oh, that's a fake one, turns out. It's one that is already dead, but just hasn't fallen over yet. Come on, non-crits. Yeah. That's a good start. Let's see, 3 in a row. Yay, finally. This I don't have to, but I want to use it for getting the calculation out, and I don't have to deal with crits there. There's it. There we have Well, actually, yeah, the cap's been raised so much because yeah, this build used to be able to do like just over 20-ish mil in its old version, I feel. Yeah, it used to do 26 million at its cap. That's gained quite a lot in its cap. So could maybe I should go for like a Fox Explorer now, but also I don't want to I don't want to do that farm for Habsburg. For Habsburg or Brazos backpack with vigilance. Also, it would be a tiny gain against this. It would be like 3% on the first shot, and then it would actually lose on the second shot and the third shot. Yeah, so we've got the Nemesis. Let's do this guy. And same deal. Yeah, I needed to. Again, enemy staying up. Add a crit in there somewhere. So you know what I should do? I should just put this on just a normal enemy, just so it's 3 red numbers. Because otherwise, I'm hitting an armored enemy, and they're giving me a blue number, which. And yeah, I want 3 non-crits in a row, just so I have 3 clean numbers. So every time it's crits, it actually makes me sad, which is the inverse of what normally happens, as crits are usually a good thing. Let's add these in. Okay, let's move on to Mantis. Yeah. No, I still had that on zero. Wait, what? Yeah. There's up with a crit right away. So I think the Mantis also has a crit chance mod, I think. Wait, does this one fill up in 2 shots? 5, 6. Yeah, actually, yeah, Mantis fills up in 2 shots. And that leaves one last one, which is this one. I feel that was a headshot. I feel. Why is it showing 2 damage numbers there? Wait, it's showing the other one as well. What? That's weird. Oh, did I not? Oh, determined. I'm like trying to lose my buff, but yeah, I'll just wait it out. Yeah, let's. Why is it still carrying over after it has timed out? Where? It's determined broken in more ways than I even know of. Because I don't mess around with determined much. This is my expectation. 3 shots going up to the cap. But there, even after Headhunter had run out, it's still the max cap. I know, especially the White Death and Mantis and stuff, having the ability to just still kill elites and stuff is good enough. But yeah, I really like the Nemesis on this video. You can, even on that first shot, you can kind of kill a lot of things. I'll turn off combat info for now. Which up here would be easier since you can craft it. I think both Habsburg and Brazos can be crafted backpacks, right? I feel, but also, yeah, I just wouldn't. Like, that's the thing, because also it would be basically a choice. Like, there's no right or wrong way there, because you're giving up quite a bit of your cap. You're giving up, you're gaining a lot on your first shot, and especially, for instance, where the Scalpel is now with 14 mil on its cap, the Mantis being also 14 mil on its cap, that's kind of like the range that I kind of want them to be at. Because the Habsburg's craftable, Brazos is craftable as well. But yeah, both of them would be hell to craft. You're basically going after unicorn pieces at that point. Because yeah, you would want them to be headshot, vigilance, and skill damage, at least for this build. So you can... Well, actually, you don't need... Well, you still would want to record them because they come with the blue core. So yeah. But yeah, that's I feel beyond the worth of this build, basically. Is the thing. And because Fox is not always like best in slot. It is mostly, especially in Headhunter's build, it increases your first shot by a lot, is the thing of it. But not so much your cap or your like second and third shot. I'm just double checking if I want to actually, because actually I started already moving to where I want to do the intro, which is that bridge area, because I will always otherwise forget. But actually, you know what I will do? Actually, yeah, no. Let's go back. Now, once Nemesis numbers with Memento, just as a comparison point. As yeah, that will show how much it will drop, but it's with this setup now over the other setup, the old setup, which with Empress. Actually, I should also get third draw numbers for this. I feel. Let's maybe do that as well. With the Habsburg pieces as well, I feel it actually likely can still reach pretty high numbers. High enough to be doable. With the other version, it very much wasn't, because also it would give up a Empress piece for Memento, meaning that it wasn't great. Yeah, let's just get these shots out. And actually, I need to turn on damage numbers again, because I turned those off, of course. Let's get the weapon name actually as well. No, let's figure that out. So let's put this just make it easier. Of course, it crits. That's 7 instead of 9.6. 17. But yeah, 17 is enough already on second shot to deal with most things. 31 is still like more than enough to deal with most solo things. Like, including names. So Manta is actually not maybe a bad choice in here. But I still kind of like having that 9.6 as the first shot with Nemesis. That's kind of the reason why I will actually gravitate towards doing it with that backpack. And like I said, mostly like elites. Like even even this 9.6, they're just landed a little bit short. Killing them. But yeah, you can do elite rushers and stuff as the first shot out in the open world. Just having played around with it. What is it? How far behind? Well, actually, I should go charge the memento, of course. This isn't a fair. Yeah, let's go charge the memento. Eh. I forgot mementos. Let's put this to normal. Just add a laziness. We'll put. I will keep these numbers still around. Annoyingly, I could just calculate these, but let's just go get them. Let's just go get the real ones. Because then as well, I'll put the third drone numbers with memento and then without memento. That looks like a good place. Okay, just going on normal, just getting memento stacks basically, just quickly. I'll make the game big for a few seconds. Let me catch up here as well. First shot is usually your biggest weak point. Well, I mean, normally, yes. Not for this build so much. Is the thing. Like, this isn't the normal at under build. But also, it's just not worth it. Like, I'm not going to go farm a Fox's Prayer for this for, like, a percentage and a half of increase for the first shot. Like, yes, that is correctly there, but, yeah, not worth it for this build.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
Why did it fire there? So what I should just do is just grab determined and make this even easier. Which I will do actually. But let's just. I was about to say, did I even put a scope on this? Because yeah, why would you even need a scope on this? Although actually, apparently I do need a scope on this. Lighty! Lighty! Stop running away, Lighty! Madam.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
How was that a miss? Let's not die as well, actually.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, you don't get the... But actually here, like, I don't even need to do the headhunter part of it, yes. Just itself, just the hit itself is enough to just kill a normal skilled red. See if we can fill up most of the way, hopefully. No, it's just... We'll grab these resources too. Yeah, let's go fill up these guys and on these guys. I don't know why my drone did not want to follow me. Where's this here? 115. What was the old one? Oh, just comparing the numbers there to the old version of the build. But of course, yeah, that had tech support as well, which increased it by quite a lot.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Really?
Golden bullet complete.
With headshot, it's so much easier with it reloading your bullets. That's why I feel that was... Yeah. That was where the last shot went as well. Actually, well, yeah, this is the memento numbers, of course. Right? So it's not even.
CP captured. Good job.
So yeah, let's fill up on mementos and then run back to. Do I need any numbers? Not particularly. That's it. Just gonna get Nemesis numbers with this thing full. Let's back up.
Certainly not. You're gonna have
I've got what you want, Agent.
Yeah. The icon for it. Nemesis, and then actually, keeping it on normal. Actually, that's closer than I would have expected. That isn't, and then that. All right. Yeah, I want 3 non-crits. Third one was a crit there. So I need to make sure that I actually charge up all the way. That's also quite important with the Nemesis. You know what? That's closer than I expected there, but actually that also kind of makes sense. But yeah, that 8.1 is still... It just isn't that 9.6. Like, and that's mostly going to be down to this. Actually, well, I wanted the lead. Actually, I want one too far. Let's go back one. And by go back one, I mean cycle all the way around till we get back to that one. Because yeah, we don't get a real easy way. And mostly it's... Oh well, there it critted. I went for 9.6. Actually, body shot. That's what I'm looking for. And now, of course, it keeps critting. Why is it 8.1 killing now? When a 9 point something didn't earlier. Interesting. But yeah, in effect, I've found that, like, with the memento charged up, is I did play around with it a little bit in the afternoon. Just more elites couldn't be killed with the Nemesis with the first shot with this. Although actually it is closer than I paid attention to. So both are very much options. Yeah, the white death will still stay relevant. The scalpel and the mantis especially will struggle, is the thing with this most likely. Okay, let's see, what is the scalpel's third shot? Or the mantis's third shot? Oh, the range is set to normal, of course, because we set the world to normal. Of course. Because I sometimes don't pay attention. Ah, You know what? It's faster to do this. Because that resets that as well. I don't want named, I want elite. I just want elites. Where is this? Where is this fight? Because yeah, I mean the vigilance one also didn't insta kill, but it got a lot closer. And I mean, like with rushers and stuff, from experience, like this one doesn't kill rushers instantly. Oh, we have barely any time, so let's, as the thing is about to expire, I just briefly want to see. Does this have DTA? No, that's DTA. Detail. As yeah, it actually lands around, yeah, quite a bit lower, but it's still okay-ish. Yeah. Yeah. I'm leaning more toward the vigilance backpack, I feel. But yeah, I have both options as well as options. That's why I have both at the ready. So I'm gonna grab that, gonna grab this. Gonna go clean up her inventory, and we're gonna go move towards where I'll do the intro. As yeah, this one is at the ready, basically. I don't feel I'm missing anything. Oh yeah, start to end drone. Start to end drone numbers, that's what's missing. Gonna just put this on invulnerable so that turret and drone don't just keep targeting other stuff. And no longer need damage numbers on. It's gonna be annoying otherwise. Minimize OBS for a second just so I have access to it. Yeah, so I don't have really anything that will stack towards them. No. What I may want to do is get numbers as well with it. There, it failed to copy. Let's put that there. The big elite. Yeah. Okay. The same for the drone. There, I'll have to wait out the I'll have to wait out future perfect just so I can get the future perfect number with it. I'm gonna recycle it just so it doesn't keep firing there. Let me catch up here as well a little bit. And hey there, Boogie. What are the strong points of the build? Very much just mechanically, it is a little bit interesting. Trying to make a build that plays to the strength of trying to have a turret and drone. Like, the thing is, if you just want to farm, a build like this with hotshot is 1,000, with determined especially, is 1,000 times more effective. Like, this thing can just roll through and just destroy everything. This build can't, and that makes it fun to me because I then have to you have to play it to its strength. So having the turret and the drone harass stuff, having them bring stuff that aren't one-shots down to the point where they are one-shots for you. Although now with its increased damage output, it actually, like, it can one-shot a lot easier. So only really on names does it really need help before it can easily one-shot them. And it's basically just a quirky build. This is one of those builds that is very much more about getting the most out of the build, not the build being the best that it can be, or well, the best thing that it can be. And here we're gonna get feature perfect numbers for the drone as well. Okay, actually I can get the future perfect icon as well while I'm here. And deconstruct this drone and place everything. Numbers all scaled together, so oh, that might be a bit too big. Yeah, like that. So they're actually readable. And I want to cover up that they're graded 20 because that's also an important part of that equation. Yeah, now I feel I have all of the numbers on that thing that I could want on it. As yeah. Normally I would also put third and drone stats there, but actually yeah, we can make that fit. Especially, I'm gonna put those things over there, making it possible to add these to here, especially when they're smaller and not as huge. Snipping tool failed me there. Let's try again. If I make them a little bit smaller. That's still legible, I feel. I mean, yeah, that's just legible. Yeah. That's the build picture at the ready. Let me bring up the game as big again as yeah, we'll go and actually yeah, it's also an hour into the stream as we'll go and set up for the intro. First I'm gonna change global difficulty to heroic back. Gonna take directives off there. Just add a laziness. Can I make it out into the shared space before the timer runs out? Saving myself a loading screen, I can. Also just quickly to check, 75 stars at the ready as well. As well today, the only tips for Golden Bullet went out, which just basically summarizes Golden Bullet. There's no real like mechanically heavy thing to it anyway, so. But yeah, I did want to make one. I want to have one for every global event, and I do now. Well, so far.
Entering safe area.
And yeah, basically the biggest tip at the end of it.
Detected.
I own this CP. I can just go from here. The biggest tip at the end of it was very much, yeah, that what? That was weird. As audio went away for a second. Oh, I see now there's also latency here. As yeah, my DAC is always very annoying. Right, just checking in-game audio as well there. Actually, let me. That is working. As yeah, I'm not a big fan of my DAC, especially with streaming software. It just seems to give more issues than it was worth it. But yeah, it's one that I had, so I didn't get it specifically for streaming, so. So I'm stuck with it. Yeah, I just get curious about this from Eclipse Regulus build. Kind of wanted to know. Yeah, I mean, Regulus isn't gonna have enough firepower without some red cores, but you could try to find a balance. I'd be curious to see what even as a full red EP the Regulus would reach up to and what its first shot would be. I do need to deal with these guys.
Hostile broadcast. Detected.
Yeah. What did I aggro now?
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
I could likely outdistance these guys, but just in case, because
Hostile has full golden bullet.
and this is kind of the playstyle of this thing. I can have a turret, I have a drone, I can send those after people, and then I also have like,
Received. Golden.
the ability to headshot stuff. Where was this again? Here.
Hostile
Yeah,
broadcast.
the shadows are weird up there. So what time is it in game? It is okay. It's evening-ish. So yeah, might wait for golden hour, which will actually be around like another minute or so, which is great. As I feel, yeah, jump up. There we go. As I feel basically doing the intro looking that way, doing the outro looking that way would will work well. Actually, we'll do that. It's funny that the Faraday line still shows up there underneath. I kind of like this kind of thing. Could even go crazier with it. But yeah, I could see this being the intro actually. So let's maybe do that actually, as yeah, the lighting is about to become really great for it. So I'm gonna take my face away, which I always do for intros and outros. I'm gonna double check that the audio is working and not delayed. And yeah, I'll basically do the intro now, just because yeah, the lighting is pretty good. I feel like this. And oh, actually, well, yeah. Hello, Pamek, and so hello, Essie, and Mambu. As yeah, I'm gonna do the intro briefly. Let me just think. Yeah, so I need to have the build collection at the ready, which is here. I'm not going to lead into a intro to the stream or anything either, so I'm just going to lead into the build itself. So yeah, let's quickly do it. And yeah, I might do a few takes. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on a Headhunter third drone build, which is quite the weird combination, I feel. And it's very much a build that isn't great. It isn't even good, I would say, but it very much plays to its own strengths of trying to maximize towards being a decent enough Headhunter together with the third drone. And I quite enjoy it for solo play, as it has become one of the builds that I sometimes go back to try to maximize towards its mechanics, trying to get the most out of the build, even though the most out of the build still doesn't compare favorably against some of its counterparts in, for instance, Hotshot Determined build, which can outperform this by quite a lot. But it's one of those builds that I play kind of for fun, to say it that way, for the enjoyment of its challenge and trying to maximize towards its mechanics. So yeah, as always, with these build showcases, I will be making some use of my build showcase, and we'll be using one build picture that is the current one and one that is of an earlier version of this, as I gave it a little bit of an upgrade for this build showcase. And as well as with all build showcases, they'll be separated into two chapters. In the first chapter, we'll go over the layout. We'll discuss a little bit of its Headhunter numbers, although no real calculation sheets or anything for this one. And then we'll take it into some gameplay in the second chapter, where I'll do some solo stuff with it, and maybe even take it into some group content to show where it kind of is lacking in group content. Yeah, everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around as needed. So yeah, let's introduce you to this build. I feel that was decent. I stumbled a little bit in the middle, but yeah, the lighting's about to change, and while I could, of course, narrate, like re-narrate it over it, I usually avoid doing that, as I'm lazy. Let me double check how long that was. Decent enough Headhunter together with the third drone. And I quite enjoy it for solo play, as it has become one of the... as always, with these build showcases, I will be making some use of my build showcase, and we'll be using one build picture that is the current one build showcase that is of an earlier version of this, as I gave it a little bit of an upgrade for this build showcase. And I might redo that just because also I have the error of saying build showcase is the build collection, and not saying that it's all linked down below. And yeah, the lighting is still good enough for one more take. Although yeah, I need to redeploy my turret and my drone. I do want them out. That still looks good, especially like with the city there, with like the character in the middle there. So yeah, let's try attempt number 2 and see if I do any better. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on a Headhunter third drone build, which is a little bit of a weird combination, as you might gather there. And it's very much a build that I enjoy quite often playing solo, as it is mechanically interesting, I feel. And I kind of wanted to show it off here, as it's very much not a build that is recommended, and as such is not on the recommended build list in my build collection. But I will at times recommend this build to specific people that I feel will enjoy it. And for this one as well, I wanted to do a little bit of a weirder build, so this fits the build for that one. And yeah, as always, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection, and specifically here, 2 build pictures from it, one of the current version of it and one of a previous version, as I just gave it an upgrade specifically for this build showcase. And as always with my build showcases, we'll be going into 2 chapters. In the first one, I'll be going over the layout. Then we'll be discussing its build picture and some of the damage numbers that it can hit. And we'll be avoiding calculations for this one, as DPS calculations don't really fit for this build. And in the second chapter, we'll take it into some gameplay. I will mostly be taking it into some solo gameplay, but towards the end, I'll also do some group content with it, mostly just to show that it's a little bit of a fish out of water when it's in groups, where it's works decently well, I feel, in solo gameplay. So yeah, let's hop on over into the build. Okay, let's... I'm Kia, and for today's video, I want to do, as always, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection, and specifically here, 2 build pictures. It's mostly groups, okay, that's 1 minute 37, and that's fine. Also, just having a listen there, just so that the audio is actually good, because sometimes I mess that up. And yeah, I kind of like that view there. Looks kind of cool. So it's a good enough intro. Yeah, let's I'll basically fade it on over into basically the build being active, and I'm gonna face myself a little bit over there, as I kind of like that background. I'm gonna gather my thoughts about what I want to say. And yeah, Habsburg, Kibis Brazos, Picaros, just to have all the chain killer. So I've said all of the words out loud once, so I don't stumble over them as often as I do. And yeah, then I'll be going in the normal version of me talking first about like the brands, then going into some of the talents, then going into in this case I'm going to go into the skills like for a second, and then go into weapons, and then specialization as to round it out. And I kind of know what I want to say, so let's attempt our first take of the layout section. Just want to, because yeah, I didn't hop on what my into the build. Hop on over into the build. Okay. Yeah, I always check what my last words were before we were headed into like in the last segment, just so I don't repeat them. And here as well, I want to have the build picture at the ready. Yeah, that's that one. I want to have my circle, my trusty circle. I'll put it in the middle there to start off with. As I found that has worked actually. That has been one of my more successful things I thought up with. I have gear in my. Why do I? This is of course from the normal stuff we went and did. Good thing I caught it now before, because I would have hated that for there to be like exclamation points there. And yeah, especially in weapons, I need to talk about White Death with the Tormenta and the Mantis as well. That's the part I need to remember. Let's make sure the mods as well are all actually correct. Surprising that she doesn't have a 5 damage mod on drone, but that's fine. Also, actually, I do have on the weapon end. Okay, yeah, just making sure that I did have actually technician selected or marksman rifles selected in technician. That's also quite important. As I kind of like this dark. That has become a little bit more dark. Actually, kind of like the look. So yeah, let's hop on over into the layout. So I'll take a sip first. As yeah, this will likely be the longest in one section thing of it. Although it's not very complex. The build is decently easy in layout. And yeah, I'll basically be going for a little bit, and then I'll be stopping before I basically jump for the build picture, because yeah, that I'll make that into 2 segments basically. Yeah, let's just get going. Let's attempt at take one in 3, 2. And here we are with the build as I'll be showing it here today. We'll be going over it in the build picture with its stats, but most of it is going to revolve around maximizing weapon damage, especially for Headhunter, and getting a decent enough amount of skill damage out of some other parts, especially with... I'm just going to stop myself there as I went into ramble mode right away. I can be more focused than that. Let's have a second take in 3, 2. And here's the build as we'll be running it today, although we'll be going over a Memento version in a second as well. And layout-wise, it is very much a setup made to maximize enough of weapon damage to make Headhunter work well enough, especially with the Nemesis as it is there, and to have a 6 skill tiers towards the turret and the drone, and a few skill damages to follow that up with. Now, in the layout as I have it here, it is a little bit more complex than an earlier setup that I had that I will show in the build pictures in a second. But here we are using 2 pieces of Brazos, and then specifically as well with the Picaros to get a skill tier out of the brand bonuses there. We're using 2 pieces of Habsburg for headshot and marksman rifle damage. We're using 1 piece of Araldi, again, for marksman rifle damage. And we're using the Chain Killer mostly because as well, Perfect Headhunter does benefit us a little bit in this setup. And of course, it provides us with a little bit more weapon damage. Setup-wise, this is actually a difficult build to get together, as the Brazos pieces and the Habsburg pieces both will come with blue cores, so you have to recore them. And with that comes the issue of either crafting them or trying to farm for them, as that has taken up quite a lot of my time in the last few days, as I did want to give this build an upgrade towards how it is looking here. Talent-wise, we're going with Vigilance on the backpack, although as you see here, I've chosen to have the backpack talent be choosable, as in the past, I've run this with Tech Support as one of the options, Composure as well as one of the options, although I've nowadays landed on Vigilance, as especially Vigilance helps quite a lot with our cap and our initial shot for Headhunter. And of course, it being a Headhunter build, we do run Headhunter on the chest, and specifically as well here, Perfect Headhunter. Stat-wise, on all pieces, I've gone for headshot damage, as we'll go as well in the build picture in a second. All the mods are headshot damage. On the Picaro piece, I've gone with weapon damage and headshot damage. Mostly going for headshot damage, well, basically weapon damage first, headshots damage second, and whenever possible, skill damage next to it. And that's kind of why the builds like these can work, especially in a high-end version, because yeah, you do have the ability to put a little bit more skill damage in here, as we do have 50 available from the rolls on the gear. If we then move on to the turret and the drone, that is the choices that the two skills that fit this build the best. As yet, we do not need skill haste for these, as yet the cooldown is decent enough, 19 and 20 seconds for the turret and the drone. And that means that you can run these without any skill haste, without any skill efficiency. We also, of course, aren't doing any brand sets that work towards the skills much, except, of course, the 2 pieces of Brazos. But we're mostly as well using that to actually recoup a little bit more weapon damage, actually. And the turret and drone work decently well. They are 6 skill tiers. They do not have much skill damage behind them. We're also not using something like a capacitor to increase the damage more. So they are pretty weak, but they are still there and doing their part. And in the gameplay, I will show why I kind of go with this as is. Although, of course, as well, as I said, alluded to before, an actual hotshot Headhunter will outdo this, especially now with the tournament being in the game and making it quite easy to outperform something like this. But I quite enjoy playing a build like this, mostly because it is a lot weaker and you kind of have to pick your shots quite often. And then if we then move on to the weapons, I choose here to have a Nemesis and a Scalpel. Scalpel, of course, is with Future Perfection, the perfect version of a Future Initiative, or a Future Perfect, which gives us, in this case, so normally what it can do is give a skill tier up to 3 for builds that are below 6 skill tiers. We are at 6 skill tiers, so every kill we make with this, we will overcharge for 15 seconds, and then we have a cooldown of 90 seconds with it. But especially with the main weapon that I'll be mostly using is the Nemesis, because the Nemesis, of course, has that charge-up mechanic, letting it put out a shot that is quite strong. And even on the first shot, it can kill up to elite rushers and such quite easily. And basically is a guaranteed one-shot kill to start off fights against purples and reds especially. And other options that I will be using as well and showing here as well is especially the Mantis, as the Mantis is a really good weapon for Headhunter as well. With this build, its cap is enough to kill up to elites, not so much against names at that point, but it is still quite strong, especially for content where you're not fighting names, as for instance, open world. The other option that we have as well, of course, is a White Death, and talent-wise is, of course, Determined fits quite strongly there. And I will show this build with Determined as well at a point, even though I still hope that changes will come to Determined. I would be remiss to not show it off here. And also as well, the White Death cap-wise can reach high enough to still easily one-shot headshot enemies of elites and even some names. But yeah, let's move on over to the specialization then as well. The specialization is here going to be Technician, as especially we get to recoup one yellow core from it and letting us have 2 red cores as our cores here. And that's quite strong. And while we could go Sharpshooter especially and gain attack 50, I feel that the extra 15 weapon damage works pretty well here and is quite worth it and kind of in line as well with thinking of the build. Let's move on over to the build picture as we'll discuss some more of its stats. Not completely happy with that take. Might redo it. Actually, first things first, I've made the folder already. Actually, let's see how long that was. That was actually 6 minutes 22. But I didn't go over the brand bonuses as well. That's kind of the part that I'm missing the most. And also I was about to jump up to the build picture when I then realized that I hadn't talked about the specialization yet. I think I will redo that because especially I want to also include the brand bonuses, which I didn't. So yeah, we're just redoing that. Yeah, that's the downside. I could of course script everything and just read off the script, but I kind of enjoy always just just going in one go, making it go. Let me catch up here. Found the mask and hey there, Muddy. Well, I actually found a different mask as I did found a knee pad of Habsburg that went in there, and then I changed my search towards a Brazos mask, which I found quite quickly, or crafted quite quickly, as it is crafted. But yeah, we did get the final layout altogether, which took way too long, but yeah, it was gonna happen. It was guaranteed to happen, basically. First time seeing behind the scenes. Well, glad you enjoyed it. Glad you're enjoying it. As it is. I quite enjoy doing these build showcases live, basically, and I just do them anyway, so doing them live makes a little bit of sense, I feel. I am gonna redo that layout session, especially as I didn't touch on and I now feel I have a better grasp as well as about what I want to say anyway. So we'll go into a second take in 3, 2. And here we have the main layout as we'll be playing with it today. It is made up of 2 parts of Brazos, 2 parts of Habsburg, Chain Killer of Walker and Harris, the named chest, and an Araldi backpack. Although in a little bit we'll also go over a second variant that I'll be running for a little bit with a memento instead of this backpack. And to discuss some of the brand bonuses as we were choosing to go with them, especially the 2-piece Brazos, we're going with Picaros, which will provide us with weapon damage as one of its minors, letting us have a skill tier on top here. And especially with the first piece of Brazos, we get skill haste, but then with its two piece of Brazos, we get a skill tier, and that's why we have two pieces of it as well. And what that lets us do in this build, you can basically see this as being another 15 weapon damage, which is quite strong, especially, of course, as how weapon damage interacts with Headhunter. And that's also why we're stacking the deck towards especially damage, weapon damage, in this case, either all weapon damage or marksman rifle damage. As that's also the reason I'm going with two pieces of Habsburg, as with the first piece, we get 15 headshot damage, and then the second piece, we get 15 marksman rifle damage, which is quite strong. And then Aroldi, with its one piece, provides 10% marksman rifle damage. All that together leads us to have a decent enough all weapon damage and marksman weapon damage to be able to use a Headhunter well. And that's especially, of course, with Barker and Harris, it also providing a little bit of weapon damage. And what Headhunter does is, after killing an enemy with a headshot, your next weapon hit within 30 seconds, that is its cooldown, as it will show on the buff bar as well, deals an additional 150% of that killing blows damage. Now, what does that mean in effect is that your headshots will stack up. Your last shot will go into a pool of Headhunter, filling that up and leading to be added into your next shot if it is as well a headshot. Or, well, actually, if the previous one was a headshot, and then if you continuously do headshots, you will fill up, as the second part here leads into, and that is that damage is capped to 800% of your weapon damage. This is raised to 1250% if your headshot damage is greater than 150%. Since we are running marksman rifles and we have some headshot rolls and some brand bonuses towards headshot, we are way above 150%. So our cap is this 1250. And that means that as long as we're headshotting, we can actually do a lot more than our initial shots are able to do. And we'll be filling up a pool that will go up to, usually with most weapons, up to 3 shots, where you can charge it up. And especially on the third shot, you can, for instance, with the Nemesis, even headshot kill with this build, even most of the names of the game, especially solo. Now, Headhunter as a mechanic is best shown in gameplay, so we'll discuss it a little bit more over there. On the backpack talent, we're going with Vigilance, and Vigilance, of course, is total weapon damage by 25%, but then whenever you take damage, this is disabled for 4 seconds. In this place, I have gone with several talents, especially in the past. I've gone with tech support, as I'll also show in one of the build pictures of a previous loadout of this build. And that can work well, especially as it increases the damage of the turret and drone. Nowadays, I have played around with Vigilance and Composure especially. I feel Vigilance works well enough for this build, especially as we have a turret and drone that will go in and harass enemies and try to keep shots away from our faces. Letting us keep Vigilance up quite noticeably well. I feel better than most builds can do. The downside of going 2 pieces of Brazos and 2 pieces of Habsburg, as I have done here, is that these come with blue cores, and that means that they have a tendency to roll with, if you craft them, or drop with blue miners. And that made these 4 pieces quite a challenge to get together, although even though they are craftable, if you were around for those seasons, that makes this build quite a challenge to put together, as you need to basically find 4 pieces that don't drop often. Although, of course, you could give up a few of these skill damages, especially, I would say, if you have the headshot and then, for instance, have weapon handling here next to it, that will work well enough for most people. But I will also show a previous version that is a little bit easier to make, but does not have the same cap that this one does. If we then move on to the skills, very much this is to me a turret drone hybrid, basically. And that means that we are going to go with a turret and a drone. And mostly that's because the turret and drone have a long duration and shorter enough cooldowns to even be ran without any skill haste, where other skills like Seekers and such, or Stickies, do require you to have skill haste on the build. Turret and drone really don't require that, and they do decent enough damage, especially just off of skill tiers, which, of course, all of the both of the skills are skill tier 6, as we are getting 4 from gear. Then we're getting a 5th one from this bonus of Brazos, and then we're getting our 6th one from our specialization choice of technician. And with 6 skill tiers and in this case 5 skill damage rolls, they do decent enough damage. It is not the same as, for instance, a turret-drone hybrid setup for using a capacitor as with crit chance crit damage or such. Mostly because, of course, when using the capacitor, you're adding in another really large portion of skill damage. Well, we could run in sync as well as one of the weapon choices. I'm foregoing that for other choices, as we'll discuss when we reach the weapons. But yeah, here both the turret and the drone deal decent enough damage to add into the pool. But also what they do is basically harass enemies, pull them away from you, letting you snipe, which is kind of the mechanically what I enjoy about this build. It isn't the best build, but it is an enjoyable build to play towards maximizing its output by trying to get the turret and drone going at all times, to try to keep Headhunter going as much as possible, and then trying to snipe out as much as possible. And it works well enough to be used, but of course it gets way-sided by stuff like an actual headshot, hot shot build with a determined white death will easily outdo this build in clearing speed, but I still quite enjoy quirky builds like this. If we then move on to the weapons, the main 2 weapons that I'll be using here is the Nemesis together with the Scalpel. And Scalpel comes with Future Perfection, which is the perfect version of Future Perfect. And of course, what we're using here the Future Perfect for is, although even for builds that aren't 6 skill tiers, weapon kills would grant +1 skill tier, up to 3 times. We are at skill tier 6, so we only get to use that second part of it, but that is that weapon kills at skill tier 6 grant overcharge for 15 seconds, and that overcharge has a 90-second cooldown. And that is quite strong, and I will be using this basically when I have charged up my Headhunter with the Nemesis. Then this Scalpel can be used to just one-shot headshot most enemy types, including elites, and that will kill them, putting your turret and drone into overcharge, and that is quite strong. But the main weapon I'll be using through most of it is the Nemesis, as the Nemesis has a charging mechanic, and it lets it deal quite strong shots, as the weapon damage of the Nemesis is unmatched by any other weapon. And other options that we have here, for the pistol slot, I'll be using an in-sync weapon just in case I need basically run out of ammo, which is not likely to occur, as marksman rifles do come with a lot of ammo. But other options I'll be using here are especially a Mantis as well, as the Mantis is pretty good. It is really good one-shot weapon. And while it doesn't have the highs of the Nemesis, what it still has with this build is the ability to kill up to most elites. And that is enough for especially things like open world, where you aren't doing CPs or something, but just doing territory controls and public executions and such. Then this has enough killing power at its third shot, especially to just still kill all elites. And of course, white deaths are really good as well. And in this case as well, I'll be showing for a part one with Determined, as well. I don't recommend Determined much, as I feel it is quite cheesy. I would be remiss to not show it here. So yeah, we'll be showing that one off as well. And then specialization-wise, we're locking ourselves mostly into having Technician. Well, we could go Sharpshooter for the TAC 50 and the bonuses that we get towards marksman rifles. Especially with Technician, we get to recoup one skill tier, letting us have one more red core. And I feel that basically outdoes any other choices we could make specialization-wise. And one thing I will as well go into in a second is one of the options we have is putting in a memento if we do it with a headshot mod. And that changes the playstyle of it a little bit, as well as, we'll be charging up this long time buff of it. And we will not be benefiting much for the short time buff, but it leading into weapon damage and also putting a little bit more extra damage towards our turret and drone is quite strong. But I prefer the Vigilance backpack a little bit better. And of course, we also get that regen, which can be nice. But yeah, let's move on to the build picture and we'll discuss the stats of this build. Yeah, that was a lot of talking. How long was that? Okay, that was 10:31. That's but I feel I hit every point I really wanted to hit there. And I'm happy basically with that take. There were a bit too many ums and ahs, but yeah, that's just me. That's just me. Catch up here as well. I just happened to start to charge governments. Well, it's not one enemy per group. Do I say one enemy per group? But yeah, usually like a enemy per group will be chosen, but quite often as well, you'll have multiples, especially if you have factions fighting each other, because yeah, each of them will get one at a time. But usually what happens is one will start charging, and then if they die or time out, then another one will start charging. But especially if you have if you have a CP and then there's also a convoy coming out or something, and there's a patrol there, you could have like 3 quite easily. If you also have like fights of 2 factions fighting each other, like each side will get 1 golden bullet at a time as well. Yeah, let's get the build picture ready. I'm gonna just check what my last sentence there was, as I don't remember those while I'm saying them. Of course, we also get that regen, which can be nice. But yeah, let's move on to the build picture, and we'll discuss the stats of this build. Oh, discuss the stats of this. Which yeah, it's basically nondescript enough for me to just be able to say whatever I want. Anyway, we're just going to discuss its stats, talk about some of its damages. Let me just double check here as well. Yeah, so we have those nemesis numbers. Okay, yeah, let's hop on in to this. And yeah, I'm gonna start my take in 3, 2. And here we have the build picture of this build. And of course, everything will be linked down below if you want to have a look at them, or maybe copy them for yourself. And yeah, what we have on every piece is that we're going for headshot and skill damage. With the Picoros piece, we're going weapon damage and headshot. We're basically going headshot, weapon damage first, especially, and then headshot second, and then skill damage whenever possible. All of the mods as well are headshot, because yeah, we don't really need skill haste for this build or such, which would be the only real other option we would have. And stat-wise, this build lands on decent enough headshots and weapon damages, especially with this vigilance version. This means that the scalpel can actually, with its third shot, if it's fully charged up with Headhunter, basically, it can actually kill most elite types, as most elite types, especially solo, will have around up to 12 million-ish health and armor together. Meaning that this 14 million of the scalpel can be used once you're fully charged up to just headshot whatever. Nemesis-wise, we can even see that here we're going up to 41 million on the third shot. And this is, of course, without crits, especially as I've gone out my way to get non-crit numbers. And the Nemesis actually does have a crit chance third, meaning that it does crit chance a little bit. It has around 20%, well, just under 20% crit chance. So it does crit a little bit and then goes up to like 46-ish million. All that together means that the Nemesis especially can, even on its first shot, being 9.6 million, can one-shot headshot most, all reds, all purples, including LMGs from Outcast, solo scaling, although of course, and even can one-shot headshot elite rushers, but not most elite assaults, and especially not assault LMG or elite LMGs. But with its second and third shot, it can basically kill anything, as long as it, of course, doesn't have a helmet. And that's kind of the mechanic of this build. It very much, you're trying to headshot, and you can even use your turret and drone to harass or even lower enemies to the point where you can easily headshot them. Now, with the layout as it is here, it is actually quite easier to reach that cap, as the older layout that I had for this one made that quite a bit harder. We also have the numbers for the White Death and the Mantis here. Both are respectable and enough, especially at their cap, to kill most elite types. The turret and drone themselves don't deal a lot of damage, especially, of course, as we don't have a capacitor to charge them up. None of our talents really are also towards the turret and drone. With Future Perfect, they do go up by quite a bit, although, of course, it's a little bit more of a pretty low number. But this is still enough to, especially solo, to deal with reds and purples. And of course, what they do as well is just harass enemies, and your drone can be quite useful in pushing enemies out of cover. With the Memento, I only have really the Nemesis numbers here, but we can see with a charged up Memento, the Nemesis does actually still compete well, and especially on its second shot can already kill most things. Although the reason I don't go with the Memento is we lose the capacity to deal with some purples and most elites with that first shot. And that's really the reason why I do go with the Vigilance version more. And also, I like moving around with this build a lot, going from safe houses and such, as I use this quite often just to open world farm and go, especially CPs. And the Memento is quite annoying for that, because you lose the ability to fast travel to a lot of the CPs. To show one of the older version of this, which is with Empress pieces, and this one is a lot more easy to farm. This was put together before Habsburg existed. Habsburg and Brazos existed, so that's why its layout is like this. Back then, its Nemesis on the third shot was only 26 million, meaning that on the second shot it could still not deal with some elites, especially LMGs and such. And that kind of altered its gameplay style a little. But if you're going to want to try it out, this version, I would say, is the one to maybe start with, as this one is decently easy to put together, as Empress, especially if you were around for those seasons, is craftable. Most pieces of Araldi are decently easy to get. The Empress pieces already come with yellow cores. You would only need 2 Araldi pieces to recore to yellow. And especially on this, you could give up quite a few skill damages and still do decently well. You especially need that headshot to get your shots up decently high, but you can be missing a few skill damages. And also what you can see here is back then I went with having the backpack talent here be tech support. You can do that, increasing the effectiveness of the turret and drone quite a bit. But I quite prefer actually having nowadays more towards vigilance or composure if you don't want to deal with vigilance. But yeah, this version as well will be linked down below, and it's a lot more easy to make. Although, of course, I have superseded this build with the one we are currently going to run. And yeah, having said all this, let's actually take this over into some gameplay, as I'll be doing some solo stuff, starting off with this Memento variant and then to the Vigilance variant. And I'll be altering weapons along the way. I'll also be grabbing a Nemesis, which is graded to 20, just to have that as well in some parts. But yeah, I'm going to go pick where we're headed to, and I will join you in a second. Let's see how long that was. I feel that was maybe a little bit long-winded. It was 6 minutes, 6 minutes 51. I'm fine with that. I hit all of the points I wanted to hit. Let me catch up here as well. You said one, but I won't hold it against you. You just found it funny that I had this. Okay. Yeah, stuff like that will slip in. Because yeah, I might have said one indeed. But yeah. That doesn't need to be just one on the field. But most people will just recognize that along the way. I think outline will be standalone PvP part of Div 3, and when Div 3 gets out, we'll have no. Um, uh, I don't think they will put out a Division game without Dark Zone. That's that's what I think. I think Dark Zone is too ingrained into it. Conflict and such maybe, but yeah, Dark Zone is very much ingrained into Division. Yeah, and now comes the question: what do I want to go kill with this to show it off? Let me actually bring up my face as we're moving into position. Oh no, hey there, Rosander. And indeed, long-winded me, never. Yeah, except always. Except always. Oh, you mean yeah? If you mean no conflict, I could see them dropping conflict, as well as yeah. I never felt conflict really worked great in Division anyway, or well, like those kinds of game modes, like Last Stand as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go after some CPs. I want to do some CPs. I want to do some like territory control kind of things, but especially if I can find the chain of them. And yeah, I think I'll go kill some Black Tusk to start off with. I'm sorry, game. Why can't I fast travel to there? There we go. Just don't want to. Good. I'm gonna start off with the Memento version.
Area detected.
But actually, I kind of want to charge up the Memento a little bit before we start the footage. And I kind of want to do hyenas, just because there are some enemies with helmets. Because that's kind of the thing that this one does well, is that helmets don't... I don't care much about helmets, because I can just send my turret and my drone to kill rushers. Especially hyena rushers, for instance. I kind of want to go do this CP, I feel. As also, the defense is very snipery. I'm just going to go over here, get a few charges on the Memento to start off with.
Man, can't fall asleep now. I gotta get.
UAV's going out.
Yeah.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
She put it right behind some cover there. Let's
Hostile has full golden bullet.
oh, I need to turn it. First need to turn this off. So let's do that and then wait for the deactivation of the global event. But yeah, I'm not gonna do it with golden bullet on, because yeah, that skews everything. Grab some water there as well. Oh, there's that garage, of course. I was like, what the hell is even there? Yeah. whatever. Let's just go deal with that. Because I kind of like just want like 10-ish memento charges,
Location nearby.
and then we'll. Actually, let's grab the Nemesis. Let me get some practice in with this thing. Warm up with it. But yeah. Kind of played around with sniping today just to warm up as well a little bit. But yeah, still not like fully warmed up, I think.
Enemy turret is active. UAVs are up.
That's it. The head bubs are for real. Well, I'm overthinking it. 'Cause, the thing is as well, like the turret and drone can kill on their own. Like even if I'm not helping, like they're still doing their part.
Access key detected.
And yeah, let's grab our loot here. And let's go hit that one as well, and then yeah, we'll go hit that. Hit that one. Over there, the one I pointed at before. Because I feel that one is has some long sight ranges, which yeah, can play and be a little bit snipery. And yeah, the annoying thing with this build is, more than most builds, I'm kind of expecting this at some point just get completely destroyed after missing like 7 shots in a row. Or something. Yeah, I will totally cut that out of the footage.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, the third drone have lost some effectiveness in this version, but that's fine. I've gained some effectiveness.
Access key detected.
Come on, yeah. Just toss up your drones. Or don't. Oh, actually, yeah. I feel, yeah, components were this week's thingy, so. Or this week's resource for the project. So let's fill that up back up. Actually, I'm pretty full on memento now, which is good. So yeah, we'll go and move towards that CP, and then yeah, close enough to it. Oh yeah, I can't go to the. That's annoying. What's faster? The annoying thing is there's going to be a name drop here. If I go through here, I'll take the long route. Screw it. Or do I go with different CP? Kind of really want that CP now. So I'm just going to do the long run there. But yeah, we can't go to the safe house because, of course, it would take away all the mementos. You guys enjoy your time together. I will let me know how that fight ended. I'm not joining that fight. I'll murder these guys though. Oh, hello. Let's just body kill her. Those guys aren't gonna spot me, luckily. No patrol or anything, that's good. Aw. They're fighting some things. But if they don't see me, because I want to go up there. That's where I really want to. Yeah, the patrol was walking right towards me. Yeah, let's do that. At this point, I'm stubborn. I want to do this CP, so I'm going to do this CP. But I'm going to go all the way around, despawning all these guys. Hopefully despawning that other guy over there as well. So they should be far enough to despawn and everything. I'll go down this alleyway and come up that side. I might even clear out this territory control, just so that I don't have stuff in my back. This is just a territory control, although yeah, they might spawn over where the...
Hostile control point detected.
I'll just use my headhunter there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
She ran out quick. That shot was on target, there was just a wall in the way.
Access key.
Which some might say is not on target, but I disagree. Just make sure the turret and my drone don't aggro everything else. Okay. So it took way too long, but yeah. We've cleared our way to the CP that I want to do. Yeah, mate. She just picked the easier to get to one. As yeah, I'm gonna make my face disappear. And get ready to... Also as well, make sure that all of the files are in the folder and not just in that, like somewhere where I might accidentally delete them. There's an extra patrol over there, so that's fine. We can deal with all that. So I'm gonna start the recording and yeah, we might die and then die. I might give up and we'll go somewhere else. Actually, gonna start recording in 3, 2. And here we are with the Memento version. I've moved up to a CP that I feel would be good to show with this. That has a little bit more sight lines for sniping, and the third drone can do some work. We're also fighting hyenas, which have, of course, rushers that are oftentimes annoying, especially for snipers, because yeah, they eat up a shot before their heads pop off. And here, the nemesis on the first shot is barely not enough to kill, as I'm getting destroyed by grenades. But yeah, the handy thing is I do have a turret and I do have a drone to go and harass for me. I also have that turret and that drone to deal with some of the enemy types that I don't deal well with, like those rushers, because yeah, those hyena rushers, they don't have much health. But they are actually, yeah, they will eat up my headhunter if I don't deal with them correctly. I'm gonna attempt to get them there. And this very much is the gameplay style of this thing. It has a turret and drone to harass for it. The turret and drone are skill tier 6, but they're not backed up by anything talent-wise. And it can deal decent enough damage on itself, especially, for instance, if somebody decides to sit on a minigun. And yeah, it's kind of the mechanics of it, and I quite enjoy it exactly for that. It has some tools that normal Headhunter builds don't have. It has still enough killing power, especially solo, to deal with everything that it can run into, as for instance, here as well, I'll just... Even with the pistol, I do have a little bit of killing power to kill a purple. Especially, of course, like on solo. As I'm trying to find what is underneath me here, which is likely just an RC car. As yeah, we're struggling a little bit, mostly because there seems to be a ton more than normally would be with a CP, with likely another patrol or something. And see, popped off right the second that I was about to take the shot. And yeah, we can't one-tap an elite starting off, but we can weaken them heavily enough for the turret and drone to finish them off like they did there. We have one enemy behind us here, so I'll focus my attention towards them for a second. I'm hoping that that second thing is, yeah, it was a car. And of course, a normal Headhunter build can do this as well. But yeah, it doesn't have the turret and drone. That's basically it. And I quite enjoy playing builds like this where you mechanically change them a little bit, even if they're not the best version of a specific build, as I'm trying to, for instance, here. I'm trying and failing on headshotting this guy. As I also attempt to do it with the scalpel, as I was hoping that actually that would be enough to drop him, because yeah, usually shield guys have around 15 million, although yeah, the Headhunter stacks were not all the way up, turns out. Yeah, I'll just wait out my turret, I'll just wait out my drone, and then once I have these two again, it becomes a lot easier. As yeah, once those are on the field. And here as well, I did go out of my way to charge up the Mementos. Yeah, we are running the Memento version here. And I want to kill that medic next. And I'm not a good sniper. I'm very much not a good sniper. But I'm good enough to, like, yeah, clear out a CP decently enough. Even though this is taking forever. Although I feel there definitely is something else that joined this fight. One thing you do want to do, as with all turret and drones, is, for instance, there my drone was not actually actively engaging anything. There I left them on a sliver, but yeah, there the drone then finished it off. And that's kind of the thing I do enjoy about this build is even if you don't finish off the enemies, your turret and drone, then like if you weaken them enough, And sometimes they weaken enemies for you, as is the case, for instance, here. Although they're also really hard to shoot when they're wiggling. I did get the shot in there. With CPs, what I usually do, especially for a build like this, is to actually not call them in right away, meaning that I get to have intermission basically in between the fight. I'm gonna grab a memento stack just to recharge it. One thing you could kind of do is keep a memento like nearby and then just maybe run over it when the boss spawns to get even like more out of it, but that's too much work for me. This isn't that kind of build. This isn't the min-max build. This is very much a build to work towards its mechanic, getting the most out of its mechanics, even though its mechanics aren't the best mechanics. And I quite enjoy builds like that often. Same goes kind of, for instance, with Pestilence build. The best Pestilence build does not match up well against even the best high-end build, and those already don't match up well against the best Striker builds. But trying to maximize your output with them can be its own fun, I find. Especially as you try to, in the case of the Pestilence, to put shots on target on multiple enemies. Here, I'm trying to put shots on targets, and with me talking as well, I'm doing worse than I feel I would even normally do, but I'll just use that as my excuse, right? I do land one on the head. And yeah, the thing that the turret and drone provide me as well. So if I really don't want to, I don't actually have to kill those two rushers. My turret and my drone can do that. As I've killed one already, they'll kill the other. As I'm looking around where that shield went. Oh, there he is. And that's kind of the benefit of this. Although, of course, a normal headhunter would just have enough killing power to deal with them with 2 shots. Anyway, here again, I see a rusher. My turret and my drone become fixated on them.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What I'll try to do here as well is get a future perfect going, which I did there from that. I'm gonna pop the pouch there just to keep them busy for a second. I will put my turret and my drone on the name there, and I've weakened them enough that actually, yeah, the turret and drone could have killed them there, but I finished them off myself. And trying to find the head there, which actually I don't even need to. That's the last enemy, and I'll just body shot them. So there, we struggled a little bit, mostly down to me talking and trying to snipe, which isn't conducive to each other. But let's move it on over to the Vigilance version, and we'll have a look at that one as well. Man, that was some bad shooting on my part. How long was that? I feel that was way too long, and I got sideswiped by dozens of things.
I can watch your back. Look, in the open, quick.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I will actually redo that part. Mostly because, yeah, I feel that I really did badly on the sniping.
Hostile broadcast.
Gonna grab my loot here, just...
Behind that cover.
Just have to stay calm.
Trying to think, what other CP would kind of have the same? I mean, Fallen Cranes would also kind of have the same, because I can go into that building and snipe from there. Let's go do that. So I'll put that other one in the trash bin for now. Because I kind of want to have hyena rushers basically as well, just because that's kind of the one thing that this build has over headhunter. Normal headhunter builds is that, yeah, as a turret and drone to deal with rushers, but yeah, of course, just that doesn't really matter to a real headhunter build, especially a determined one where you just pop their helmet off with a body shot even and then finish them off. Really, you guys spot me?
Distress.
I'll put my turret and my drone out because they will aggro everything. Though I would be very surprised if this gal hadn't aggroed everything out there as well, because they're shooting past me towards that CP. Though, doesn't look like they did. Okay, I'll take that. Crash site? I did think which one was crash site. Oh, yeah, I want, especially somewhere where I have an elevated position. Like crash sites, you don't really get to have an elevated position against them to like snipe. Because I kind of like this positions, kind of. Same for like there. Yeah, we have another patrol, but we'll just take that patrol and go with an extra patrol. And here we are at a CP with the Memento variant. And I'm very much going to play it as a turret-drone hybrid, basically, as I'll put my drone out, as the turret-drone hybrid part of it implies. We have a patrol leaving there as well, and they will provide me with a red to headshot, which is quite handy, I feel, as yeah, I can use that to start the pack with. What we have here as well is rushers, and where, especially with Headhunter, rushers are the bane of your existence, hyena rushers especially. As they have a helmet, or well, everything with a helmet. It's a little bit less so here because I have a turret and a drone, and they can deal with rushers. And of course, with other factions, they have LMGs with helmets, for instance, with the Trusans. But yeah, having just a few buddies basically in the turret and the drone, as for instance here as well, my nemesis is with 3 hunter marks is strong enough to go through the heads of most enemies. There I got a Future Perfect out, even on a body shot. There's this medic rezzing everyone. I want to make him my priority. And what I can do with the turret and the drone especially is yeah, put them on him as well. The drone especially will pull him a little bit out of alignment. I was waiting for him to actually get on that, but I missed my shot there. I will actually take that for a second out. But also, like with turret and drone builds, you kind of want to maximize your time as well towards getting the turret and drone fighting enemies as much as they can. As yeah, for instance, my drone wasn't for a little bit there, and I pointed it at someone to go and deal with them. And yeah, I am building up my Headhunter again, and I'm over-aiming a little bit, but that's fine. I have basically nothing shooting at me, which is nice, and that's kind of the thing that this build does. And I feel it is a decently worthwhile setup for solo play. I quite often do grab this thing solo. The older variant, as of course this newer variant is has only basically existed now for a few days. But it is a decent enough different playstyle that I quite enjoyed for that. As I'm over-aiming a little bit there. As fully charged up, I should be able to deal with even a nade. And my drone is now back while my turret timed out there. There is a RC car coming for my but I'll just evade them.
Civilians in distress.
And hopefully find their owner and deal with them. And yeah, it does enough damage on its turret and drone to kill as well, and that's kind of the nice thing about it. You don't have to do everything yourself, basically. Because I'm surprised that shot went out before that enemy got there. I didn't call in my allies, mostly because, yeah, I don't really need them here yet. And this way I get to have a reprise between the two fights, having a little bit of an intermission, letting me get my turret and drone off of cooldown, letting me replace them as well, because, yeah, that can be quite handy to basically take a second in between. As for instance here, knowing where they spawn, I kind of want to have my turret there, quite far forward, being in their way. They will engage him before they engage me. I'm gonna pop my drone and then I'm gonna call them in. And here, of course, we're doing it on 0 directives, mostly to show the build a little bit. I also went and charged up my memento to start off with, which you, of course, won't have starting out. But here, for instance, just having the turret and drone to deal with rushers like that, and then letting me go after other enemies can be quite handy. And it deals more than enough damage for solo play. Kind of maybe want to do with this guy is use him for a future perfect, letting my turret and my drone gain a little bit of damage on these waves, and maybe it'll be back and ready for when the named spawns. And yeah, elites, especially with the nemesis, of course, mostly because the nemesis, because yeah, the nemesis is the nemesis and does a ton of damage. Elites are basically once I'm charged up, and the icon for Headhunter is visible underneath there. Once I'm fully charged up on it, it is basically a guaranteed headshot kill.
Hostile detected.
Although actually the Headhunter there leaves us as the buff on the buff where it quite often bugs out. It's gonna that was a body shot. It cost me my Headhunter, but that's fine because that's kind of the damage that the Nemesis can do on its first shot, even against an elite assaulter there. And that's enough for my turret and my drone to finish it off. And that's kind of what you can do with this build.
Everyone okay?
So that was the Memento version. Let's move it on over to the Vigilance version, which I kind of like a little bit better, especially because its first shot value is so much higher. And yeah, let's go do some open world activities, and we'll add in a few directives. Okay, that one felt a little bit better. Although, let's see how long it is. We are at the CP with the Memento. Oh, that was 5 minutes for 50, which I kind of want for this one. I want this one to be a little bit of a faster thing. Kind of wanted to end basically on 40 minutes, kind of. Just because this place is Cheska, I will actually go and have a look at the loot. I'm gonna grab the Vigilance backpack already. As the camera leaves us, although of course the camera was not in frame, because yeah, for those segments I do not want to record my face alongside of it. But I'll fix it back up actually, and I'll actually bring up just my face again for a second. Once the camera starts up, there we go. Let me catch up here as well. On Christ. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, good work from here north, but like this one is like really an elevated point.
Oh. Great to have you on the team. Bring it on.
Although, yeah, that first one was my like prime pick, but I didn't do it well. And resetting the world would have cost me my memento stacks. That's the reason. Because yeah, I could have reset the world, of course, and gone back in, but didn't want to. Yeah, we got our loot there. Kind of want to go fight some Black Tusk, because yeah, I want to fight. Yeah, actually, let's go do that elite patrol or elite territory. Mostly to as well, yeah. Have some warhounds, have some. But yeah, that's kind of the only benefit that this thing has over actual Headhunter, is that it does get to have the turret and the drone deal with some stuff.
This fucking sucks.
Really? That doesn't kill them? Oh. I should just deploy these and just use them. I have them, let's use them.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
I'm just gonna run away. No, they went and aggroed that stuff as well, but I don't want to deal with that. And yeah, I'm gonna set it up here as well again. Did I do it right? Actually, let me watch the end of that segment. Yeah, I did. Because yeah, what I usually want to do is bring up the menu or the inventory, and then that gives a really good fade over thing. Because yeah, I can use that to fade across basically. Let's have another thing in holster. But yeah, kind of like the inventory stays in place and then the rest like fades around it, which kind of is a coolish effect. Let me actually restart my chat app on my tablet because it was missing a bunch of chats there, which is annoying. Hello? Oh. Unload it from memory. Think maybe that app may have crashed a little bit. But yeah, I still have the chat over here, so that's fine. Just in case as well, I'll bring up this window so I have it here as well. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna hop in and run it over here, and I'm gonna run the tournament here. Especially against all of these purples. Yeah.
Civilians in distress.
And here we are heading into the elite territory control that often spawns here in West Potomac, the Black Tusk one. Especially I want to show a little bit against Black Tusk what somewhat of the benefits of this thing is, although of course it is still just a weaker headhunter. A Regulus build as such will outclear this thing by quite a lot. But what it does have is a turret and a drone, and those can deal with enemies that you can't deal with well. Kind of like that mini tank as I'm sending them after there. And what I should have actually done as well is send one after one of these elites, as if they're weakened even a little bit, I can actually shot them. Which is kind of the mechanic of this build, I feel. As once they weaken them even a little bit like that, they are within headshot. Here I'm also using a white death with the Determined, and of course the Determined is completely broken and lets you just body shot, keep Headhunter going. Which, well, I should headshot first with Determined getting Determined itself. But this kind of having the turret and the drone as they are there, being my decoys, basically being my active decoys, instead of having the Mantis and having that be your decoy, they are decoys that also kill a little bit. As I here, I'll use them to keep that names busy as I try to get a determined stack off of that enemy. And then from there on, I can actually a body shot, especially him. For him, he is quite weakened. And here I can even use it to deal direct damage and finish off this elite territory control. Let's take this thing into a bounty where I feel as well that it does decently well, as it does, I feel, in all open world content. And I did it wrong with my... yeah, I'll hang on to determined there. As the thing I did wrong is I first, of course, need to get a headshot before determined is actually active. And then from that point, you can just, go for body shots. But yeah, I'm gonna pop a bounty. I think I'm gonna do it in this zone. Unless I have... Yeah, also I wanted to put on some directives. Let's put on a fall fight directives. Actually, yeah, and I might actually, let's, how long was that? That was 2 minutes. That's fine though. I'm considering dropping that one just because of that determined mistake. Which is just me not having experience undetermined, because I went for the headshot, because I took a headshot first, but that was with the Nemesis, and then in my head it was already like the body shot was ready. But yeah, I'm gonna pop a bounty. The annoying thing is this is gonna put it, I know where it, like this is gonna put it in the camp here, but that's also not bad for what I'm trying to do. And I should put it in the streets there. The streets I'm fine with. This rain sucks though. Although it'll be in my favor, actually.
Target's coming up the side. Oh, hell. Forward ahead.
I really should deploy my things. Especially with cool skills active.
Incoming drone, watch it.
Stay the fuck away.
Enemy located.
Anyway, once I'm a little bit in range.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I'll wait for this to charge back up and then I'll lead into it. And here we are with 5 directives leading into a bounty. We also have a heavy rainfall, meaning that turret and drones effectiveness are decreased quite strongly. But they still work decently well enough. I am also still running that determined white death, and if you really want to make this build decently effective, it is actually the choice to use there. Even though I feel determined in its current state is a little bit broken, a little bit cheesy, a little bit OP. But yeah, if you are, it is a tool that is in the game and we can use it quite well. Because yeah, determined the way that it is currently broken somewhat is that even if you
Vital signs critical.
do not hit your headshot with, in the case of a headhunter, you still get to keep your headhunter as long as you've done a headshot with determined before. So I'm trying to see if what's in the way there, as the tree was in the way. But this is kind of the nice thing about this build, is that it does have basically it has two toys to help to help it along. You're not all the way alone as a sniper normally would be. And that's kind of why I enjoy it, because I'm not a good sniper. While I can, of course, run especially a hotshot headhunter and get decent enough results with it. With most sniping builds, I can't do that well. And here's, well, the thing with sniping builds that is quite handy is you can do 5 directives, especially for current season, although, of course, we're reaching the end of this season and they're going to change a little bit. Because especially here, for instance, cool skills and such does not detract from this build much. Because, for instance, here, I'm just waiting a few more seconds to get my turret out. My drone was already on cooldown, so once it comes back, both of them are pretty close to each other. And I'm going to open up on that guy. I didn't have enough on my first shot to deal completely with that purple, with the white death. A Nemesis would definitely have done it, but of course the Nemesis needs to charge up as well. And I'm going to finish him off with the second. I should have enough to deal with this elite now, if I actually land my shot. And you don't have the reloading mechanic of a hot shot to help you easily. I'm just going to wait for that screen shake to happen and then go for the headshot there. And yeah, I kind of don't actually need to even do the headshot because I'm determined, so. But of course, I go kind of go for them. And yeah, especially with determined, this build is for solo play decently effective, I feel. I'm just gonna let my turret and my drone deal with this dog. I'm gonna back away a little bit. And yeah, as I was hoping, they do spawn here because yeah, especially for instance, all of these reds and stuff, you can just do that with them. But that's more determined being broken and providing you that option than that this build is that great. But what this build is, it does have enough of a headhunter built up basically to do these kinds of things. Because yeah, if you of course don't have enough weapon damage, if you don't have enough of a cap, then yeah, the determined isn't going to save it. But here there is more than enough for solo to still be able to kill with. I'm going to use my determined there and my headhunter there to just kill that hound quite quickly. And here I'm just waiting a little bit for him to first settle, but also for my turret and drone to weaken him enough. And yeah, the last is spawning over there. My turret is trying to aggro everything else in the world, but also they will run out of cooldown there. So here I've lost my turret and my drone just to their innate cooldowns. So I am at a little bit of a disadvantage here, but I can still make this work most likely. If I get my turret back in a second, I'm just waiting for my turret at this point. It'll be back in a second. Once it is up, I have more things for the enemy to shoot at, and I'm just gonna say bye-bye. My drone is back. That one goes in as well.
Vital signs critical.
And
Agent vital signs 0.
I'm not gonna put that one.
Nearby.
We'll attempt again. Because yeah, the turret and drone couldn't like find targets as well for most of that fight, making it annoying. I'm hoping, actually what I should do is just grab a bounty over here, which will be inside mostly. Even though this will be mostly close range, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Then I should die more. Yeah, but that one was just annoying because I was like trying to keep that turret and drone just
Rogue agent detected.
Target is
I really don't want rogue agents right now, game. Thank you, but thanks for offering. Gonna fast travel away and fast travel back. That will despawn them. But yeah, that was kind of frustrating. Wait, didn't it spawn the rogues here? Really? Don't they spawn there? Okay, no, it's just playing the music. But yeah, the rogues would be there. They would be in that food area. And they're about to shoot a deer. Oh dear. And here we are heading into bounty. It's going to be with 5 directives as it is there. And yeah, one of the things that Headhunter builds already always deal well with is 5 directives in most setups. Although, of course, we are going to have different directives next season. But here against the 5 directives we have this season, especially the low ammo one, doesn't matter much to sharpshooters, mostly because they do have enough ammo to get through having low ammo in between ammo boxes. In this bounty area, for instance, as well, we'll have plenty of ammo boxes in between to refill with. And we have basically 50 shots before we reach that point anyway. As I missed several of my shots on these randoms. I'm gonna pick up my drone just to keep the cooldown down. We do have, of course, cool skills on as well with the turret and drone. So I'm keeping my drone out and letting it just come along with me. And cool skills is decently easy to deal with turret and drones, actually. I'm gonna put my turret over here where I quite often like it. I'm gonna put both of them on this heavy because I don't deal well with them. I did actually not recognize that was a LMG, which has a helmet, of course.
Agent vital signs 0.
Did they snapshot me through this hole? Because I was in cover. What? The game doesn't like me today. Let's try again. So I kind of want to see if there's a heavy bus. 2 heavy buses is a bit much, but I want 1 heavy bus. Actually, I like it better there as well. As we'll have some sniping opportunities in the final part.
Target is nearby.
But yeah, that was actually interesting that they have a hole or something there to shoot through. Because I don't feel I've ever been killed there in that way, and that's usually the spot that I go in as well. They have a feeling of being watched. Yeah, let's let me actually toss away. Let me make sure which one is which. So this one we're keeping. This one we're keeping. See, this one we're tossing, and this one we're tossing.
There's
As
nothing
I'm
out there.
cleaning up the files of previous ones. Oh, which video is that actually? Well, I mean, you should die for no particular reason more, but for particular reasons, you should die less. And here we are with a Three Sons bounty and also another random patrol joining this fight. It is also with 5 directives on, and Headhunter builds always could deal decently well with many of the directives. And that's mostly down to they don't use much ammo. Now, of course, Pistolero can be an issue, but with the ammo directive we have currently, we don't use that much ammo in between waves anyway. And especially, for instance, in places like this where we have ammo boxes in between most of the fights, well, we'll do fine. I'll be using that White Death with Determined as well for parts of here, as to just show that, yeah, especially with Determined, this build can be decently effective. But that's mostly more down to Determined than this build. It, of course, does have enough killing power still to make Determined work, which is kind of the only thing that Determined needs. Is it needs enough weapon damage on it to be able to kill decently well. And this meets that criteria. There is enough weapon damage on the builds for especially solo play to kill most enemy types. We're gonna move in here. I'm gonna put my turret out really quickly just before cool skills activates and basically letting me, the cooldown of my other skill happened there. I'm gonna put my turret and my drone on that heavy, and I'm gonna focus myself on everything else basically. My turret and my drone can deal decently well enough with the heavy. And actually I have Determined, so what I can do once I have it going, I can actually body shot enemies, and that's enough to one-tap them. And that's kind of the brokenness of Determined. You don't really need to headshot with it, body shots. As for instance, there on a named as well, where it had enough firepower to kill it once it was charged up on Headhunter. That's kind of why I understand Determined. I understand wanting to run it and getting, being a meta with it. I don't enjoy it much because I feel it's also very cheesy. And that's also why I just wanted to show it there, how powerful it can be. But for most of it, I will be going with a Scalpel, which will help me overcharge my my shots and letting me overcharge my skills by killing. And letting me have them be a lot stronger, especially also the increase in health on the part of my skills is quite useful because I am kind of using them as decoys basically. They are in in there just to take fires, to take effective fire away from me. And here as well, I'm gonna put my turret over there. I'm gonna see if there's anything like an LMG or a heavy. There is, that guy. My turret and my drone are gonna go after him. Especially, I don't want to deal with him because he has a helmet. But yeah, most of the other things don't. So I'll deal with those things. I'll let my turret and my drone deal with the things that do have helmets. For instance, as well, here we'll have one as is there, one named heavy, as that was part of the bounty that I picked here. In a second, I'll try to help along my turret and my drone. I'm not doing a great job of shooting, although I'm being somewhat harassed by their turrets as well, as I'm trying to find a shot on this guy where he is wiggling his head off. As I really want to get a full Nemesis shot. I could actually charge it up a little bit better, sneak it in a little bit better. But my turret actually already has dealt with the named. My drone is available again. I'm gonna get it back up. I'm gonna put them on this turret, which is making my screen shake a lot more than I needed to shake, making it quite a lot harder to kill what I'm aiming at. And yeah. Here, just gonna charge up. And I weakened that one enough for my turret and drone to kill it. But that was actually not my intention, of course. I would much rather kill it myself.
Explosive seeker mine detected.
But yeah, especially against a name, this is kind of the handy thing, having a turret and drone. When there's one enemy left, yeah. I'm not alone. I'm not the only thing they'll be shooting at and being aimed at, as I'm trying to actually ascertain where they're headed, which was in a position that we can't really go into. But my drone is on him. I don't think I can get a shot through. I'll try. But yeah, no, he seems pretty covered until he jumps back there. And actually, for moments like this, I quite enjoy the Mantis. As yeah, what the Mantis does have is it shows where the heads of enemies are, meaning that it's quite a bit easier to get these kind of shots at. And there, yeah, I just quickly sopped to it.
Good job.
Yeah, there we did a bounty with 5 directives, and of course, a Regulus build can do this so much faster. This is an alternate way of doing it. Let's go do a few more open world things with 5 directives as well. And yeah, that went horrible still, but I'm okay with it. Because yeah, now of course it clears up. As a shooting through the haze is quite annoying, and shooting against the turrets was also always annoying. Unsurprising, but yeah, usually enemy turrets really like targeting your turrets, and my turret was like in its view. So, so I kind of want something. Black Tusk. Well, actually, we've already done a little bit of Black Tusk. We've done a little bit of True Sons. I feel... Outcast there. Let me catch up here as well.
Detected. Location recorded by
Oh yeah,
hostiles.
Panic did indeed have the spirit. And hey there, Scooby. And yeah, we talked about it a little bit at the start of the show, or at the show, the stream. As yeah, they are going into the future of it, which is nice. It is good to have a little bit of confirmation that they see a future in it. But yeah, for a time they didn't. As it turned out in the past. Yeah, I'm gonna set up here and do these guys. As I said, they spawn over there, so I'm setting up over here. I'm gonna run the Mantis here. As I said, I should have enough to kill these elites as well. Yeah, I'm gonna start in 3. Well, actually, I'm gonna pop the drone. Hopefully they don't see it. They don't. I'm gonna give it like a 5 seconds more to get the cooldown on the turret down. Wait, what? Did they spot me? Oh, they did spot me. Oh, you bastard.
Serious trauma detected.
As I was fidgeting with OBS there, trying to get it to work. Hopefully that doesn't despawn them. I wouldn't mind having them.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I did despawn them then. You bastards. As yeah, my attention was over to OBS and why I didn't want to start recording, but I know why that was actually, but it's trying to fix it there, and it cost me my life. But yeah, I wanna let's go do a outcast public execution if we have a good one. This one isn't bad. I mean that's the story of our lives of not paying attention for a second and getting rushed down. I briefly just want to check as well how long of a thing we already have. As it, this is 33 minutes. So I basically want this thing just to show off the mantis, because that's really the only thing left to show off. And then basically I'm going to take it out into its conclusion, I feel. Group play. Yeah, I might matchmake it or for something or something. I don't want these other guys in my background, which is super annoying.
Burn out the. Agent running wounded.
That worked out. And here, for instance, we're going after a faction that is the preferred faction to go after, especially, which is our good friends of Outcast, because they don't have helmets except on their heavies. And here I'm using the Mantis as well. One of the things that the Mantis, of course, has is it shows heads, and what it also shows is if you're actually being aggroed by the enemy that you're shooting at. If you aren't, you get that red circle or that orange circle as we have there. If you are being targeted by them, it's 3 marks of red around the head of the enemy. And here, kind of, it shows well how little I'm being aggroed by enemies, basically, because the turret and drone are 2 great decoys. They're decoys that deal damage, making them quite effective. And while they don't kill elites fast or anything, they do harass them, they do weaken them, they do bring them into one-shot range, especially if I'm as well not fully charged up yet on my... as I used up my Headhunter stack there just to quickly kill that rusher, as I don't want to be rushed down. And I'm just going to let them come to me just so that they come into the range of my turret, and then yeah. So that one enemy was aggro to me when they had the 3 marks around their head, but now nobody really is. That enemy is, and that kind of is useful. And the Mantis as well here, as you can see, once it's charged up on Headhunter, not on the first shot, it can't do the same thing as the Nemesis of having the first shot be the kill. But once it is charged up, it can kill enemies with 1 shot to the head, which is all you really need out of Headhunter. And then together with that, I do still have a turret and a drone. Having shown this build quite a lot in some solo content here, I am gonna take it into some group play now, just to mostly show that it's a little bit of a fish out of water there, but it can still, of course, just get some kills here and there. Let's make sure I have the right clip. Put that in the folder. Let's see, anybody interested in maybe joining me for a CP? As yeah, I could matchmake, but I could also just grab some people out of chat here, I feel. Which might be handier and less headache inducing, I feel.
Hostile control point nearby.
Because otherwise, my other options is to jump into some matchmake that I feel. So I don't know if anybody is actually online. Oh, a few are. So. There's also, yeah, what are the dailies today? Teams. Grand Washington. We just do a section of Grand Washington, maybe. Well, let's do first things first. Let's get all of these directives off because I don't need all of them. It's gonna reset the world. Which is from bed. No, that's okay. I think actually I might actually just jump into a matchmade mission. Because yeah, that might actually be cleaner. Because that's usually what I have as content.
Agents group receive.
Which one was amusement? Okay. But maybe, yeah, if it is this, depends on how far in they are. I might actually start it. Because yeah, I don't want to do a full mission as footage.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Ma'am, division spotted by the arcade.
Take care of it. I'm going after Keener.
Oh, and they have 4 directives as well. With cool skills. That's a weird one.
Understood, ma'am.
Agent down.
Also, they are not in the same room as the enemies. They're a little bit far back, I feel. Oh, I can't one-shot, headshot a regular enemy. I'm not sure if I was fully charged up there. I'll give an inspect to my allies if they are...
Chernenko, we've lost the asset. We'll retrieve him later. Focus on Keener. What about the deal, ma'am? Fuck the deal! Fuck Chernenko, and fuck you!
Yeah, all of them are pretty horribly set up. Like, I'm actually going to do well against these people, which is not what I want to show. There's also, I was hoping they were a little bit far in, because I would have wanted it to be, like, basically from the gate onwards, so going into the last 2 rooms and then the boss fight. But also, yeah, those guys were not set up to actually compete even against that bad build. Yeah, we'll go pick a fight somewhere else. But yeah, basically I just want a little bit of footage of group play.
Area entered.
And yeah, then the conclusion. These are hoping... Oh, of course, golden bullet as well. That's likely pulling most players. Like most of the player race will be on golden bullet. So I should have maybe hung around with them. What I'll do though is actually I'll clean up this and give it a second and then try again.
Good to see you. I appreciate the trade.
But yeah, there likely will be a few lost souls not doing golden bullet, hopefully. But yeah, I don't want to do it with golden bullet yet. Yeah, that's... Golden bullet makes everything look a little bit too good.
To another agent's group.
Grand Washington though. There we go. Yeah, here as well. I don't want to. I basically just want to do the boss fight.
There's movement on the roof. They just sent multiple
Yeah.
squads back down into the building.
Getting that black tusk assault team out of there is your main objective. But there
In a
are
second, I want to see if they are set to open or if they got me in here with the call with for backup. Please.
Hold them off the flank.
Yeah, they want 4-man scaling. I don't want 2-man scaling. I'm gonna grab this thing as well for now.
Right here.
Yeah. Is it set to open? Okay. So we might fill up. Hopefully we will.
Grenade launch.
Listen, with 2-man scaling it's easy. I'm skipping chest, but also I don't care enough about chest. Not at the current time.
Reinforcements just headed down from the roof.
I have different priorities. And yeah, I'll start recording by the boss fight.
Solid hit.
Although hopefully we'll get a third person. Also, yeah, I keep going thinking that I need headshots, but I don't. Didn't get the key right now. I have determined carrying the damage.
Looks like they're taking up defensive positions around a mobile command post topside.
If they've got a command station, you should pull data from it.
You know what? I'll just do the mission with them to just finish it. Because yeah, I feel like a dick otherwise jumping out, especially like leaving them solo. So I'll just do that. Leaving my turret there.
Download initiated.
Wait, you don't even lose determined on weapon swap?
Complete.
Even when needing body shots, I still miss my shots.
Complete.
Now we wait for the bus. Yeah, I'm gonna recycle my turret.
75% complete.
I mean, if you want the completion here, you can if you want to. But then, yeah, afterwards we'll just matchmake for something. Otherwise, basically, because yeah, I'm not gonna use the footage from here on out. That would be too little. But yeah, if you just want a quick completion.
Another agent is now in your group.
Fly, little bird.
Well, that was a set.
on that.
Really? That I missed that?
Another agent has joined your group.
It's all 3 priority targets, down for the count.
And yeah, it really misses the easiness of hotshot, especially. Yeah, reloading your magazine every 3 shots is way stronger than this build can provide.
Reinforcements entering the building on the ground floor.
Roger that. Agent,
But yeah, maybe we'll
have your hands full.
see about nudging these guys towards doing another mission. No, well, because yeah, most people that do know will be on Golden Bullet. That's kind of the issue here that I'm running into, I feel. Kind of considering there for a second to maybe just using this part. This part is too short, it's just 2 waves really.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But yeah, it's struggling against the heavy, or against the named. Let's do that.
All clear. Black Tusk appears to have abandoned the location.
And yeah, they're showing the build a little bit outside of its element. But yeah, let's actually go capture some footage of it being outside of its element. See if they what's the other invaded? Oh, okay. Yeah. See what happens if we fast travel over here, if they will follow us. Maybe. They do. Because yeah, then for this one as well, I'll do it from us entering like the place where we jump down, basically. From there to the boss fight.
History Museum stockades. We'll need to deal with that ASAP.
An agent has left your group.
And the other guy went to the...
Hostile control point detected.
He went to the White House. Let's maybe, yeah, let's drop group here. And, oh wait, what?
Another agent is...
Oh, he's still set to open, of course. What happens when we do this? Okay, this will give him a prompt to join us. Although, of course, yeah, this is 2 heavies at the start, so watch out for that. Let's maybe get going and see if he joins us. Because I actually didn't look what they are. That's something. And that's something. Really, one shot isn't enough to actually go through the chest there. Hello.
One more, they're gone.
Vital signs critical.
I'm surprised that did that much damage on the Oxy. Although, of course, it was all reds. They did just tumble over and die.
Get up.
Yeah, it's gonna skip that chest as well. Just to be in position to do that.
That agent is mine. This won't take long. Tossing it in.
Like there, it didn't have enough firepower to, on the second shot, to go through that purple all the way. Because yeah, I think I'll do start recording from the point where we I think he's back there as well.
Over here.
When we jump down the elevator. That was nice and weakened for me. Not even deploying my turret and drone. Stuff is dying too fast.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm gonna save my headhunter for these dogs in this next room. My drone can kill this one.
System disrupted.
So I'm over aiming for the heads. I've determined I don't need to. But yeah,
System back on.
habits die hard. So I'll take one of these dogs. From that point out, I'm not that useful. Well, I mean, I am still a turret hunter at that point.
An agent needs assistance.
Someone's or you could we're good now with these guys for here, because yeah, I just want some footage of it in groups, which this will provide. I'm gonna start recording after this room, when we basically after we jump down the elevator, and then that to the boss fight, because I also don't really need a whole mission to explain that this thing sucks in groups. When scaling goes up, the effectiveness of this thing goes down. I really shouldn't focus on that guy. My team has that one. And yeah, Black Tusk is also not the greatest faction for this thing to fight.
Look what I got.
Although also, it's best if I'm not controlling it as well. That's it. My sniping is... I'm not horrible, but I'm not great. Also, I keep going for headshots when I don't need to. Like that last shot was just a body shot, and the determined did the rest there. So yeah, I'm gonna hit record once we basically are halfway down that corridor. Also, did you... Is that even a possibility, or did you just make a new... Oh no, well, yeah, you sell your subscription. So yeah, I see. You've changed your name to match your Discord and your
Detected.
in-game. And so I'm gonna keep up with these guys, and I'm gonna start the recording in right about now. And here I've joined a few randoms and one of my regulars from my streams for an invaded mission. And there's 4 of us. And in groups, this build kind of falls apart as it is very much tuned towards solo play. In groups, it can still one-shot, headshot enemies like that, of course. But the scaling goes up faster than it can deal with. And here I'm using it, of course, with Determined. And that's saving it a little bit with the white hat Determined as I go and grab that key chest, because I do want that key chest. Because I can use, for instance, my Headhunter there to kill that hound to finish it off,
Take it steady.
making sure that it doesn't actually do its spin.
Laptop detected.
But at the very least, I am a decent enough as a build damage dealer on the weapon side, where it can deal a little bit of damage at the very least. And then I also am a 6-tier turret and drone with not much skill damage behind it, but a little bit. So it's not a complete loss in groups or solo. But yeah, especially in groups where scaling goes up, especially, for instance, I'm using the white net here with Determined just to keep my effectiveness to a level that is, you know, usable.
I'm getting a
Even there, it will struggle to one-shot headshot some elites. It needs to be basically fully charged on Headhunter for it to be able to do it to most. And even then, it really needs the Nemesis, for instance, to do it to LMGs or such. And of course, here we're fighting Black Tusk as well, a faction that has a lot more things that have either armor scaling, as I jumped down by accident, have armor plates, or have helmets in the way of their heavies. But it can do decently, but it should, to me, this is very much a build that I quite enjoy solo, because it is geared towards solo. Its abilities are set up to be just enough headhuntering for solo play, basically. And already snipers just aren't the greatest for solo play, I find, in general. Mostly because, yeah, for instance, here as well, we have Eclipse with us. The wiggles of those heads will be quite dramatic. And I'd much rather just be that Eclipse or be on a damage dealing build, assisting them. But it can still work, but it just doesn't work as well. I very much enjoy this build for its solo play. It is different enough from just a normal sniper that I find enjoyment in that for it. There, for instance, I used my Headhunter a little bit to weaken that hound for my allies. And of course, I still have my turret and my drone to deal, for instance, with these warhounds to help them along. But yeah, weapon-wise, they don't have a head. I don't do much against them. But it was just a little bit to show that it can work in groups, but it's not designed to, so it doesn't do well. And yeah, let's move on into the conclusion of this build, and we will give my final thoughts on it. That wasn't great either, but it's good enough. My shooting was horrible. Especially, I don't ever take cover up there, and it turns out that that place is horrible for sniping out of, because there is so many angles that you can't actually aim through because there's something blocking your view. That was annoying. But it's good enough. It's good enough for what I'm after. And yeah, I'm gonna give GG as well. And oh, look at the stats. I'm gonna guess yeah, Toasty carried that by a lot. Obviously. Because yeah, we had Oxy with us, we had a Firecam with us. Those aren't great builds for group play either. Like, I would take this thing over those. I'm gonna drop group. I'm gonna head on over. I'll bring up my face for a little bit of it. I'm gonna head on over to where we started the intro, which is over by the bridge here. Okay. I actually didn't know you could change Twitch names. I mean, makes sense that you can, but a lot of services provide that. I'm gonna put the scalpel back here. So yeah, I'm gonna vendor sort here. I'm gonna basically give my outro, and then I'll delete all of the needed footage to put it together. I was about to say, I thought I had this control point captured, so I can fast travel there and cut a little bit of running time. As I'm gathering my thoughts as well, what I want to say in the outro, which is basically what I showed here. It's cool enough solo build. It works well enough, especially with its rework. It's actually surprising how much weapon damage it gained. Although, of course, it lost a ton of... it's up there. It lost a ton of certain drone damage in doing so, but I'm also fine with that. But yeah, going from that Empress layout where the Nemesis was hitting on 26 million, and then here it's like way higher. That was here. Or it's here. And yeah, decent lighting as well. Although I think I'm gonna point the camera that way. Let's see how this way looks as well. Looks decent. Just to have a little bit of variation between intro and outro. Because I kind of like this. Gee, what's the duration on this thing? It's not that long. Yeah, I'll likely just toss it after my talk. Yeah, let's actually let me catch up here. The Oxy and the Fire Eclipse wasn't there for most of the mission as well. Like he came in late. But yeah, the Oxy was not gonna compete well there. But he pushed enemies out of cover and stuff, so he did decently enough. he wasn't dead weight. Neither is this build. This build is never going to be dead weight because at the very least it is turret and drone at skill tier 6 and a little bit of skill damage on it. Like even if you land a few headshots, you'll do decent with it. But yeah, it's not its primary purpose to be used in groups. The only reason I even did decently okay was determined. Although I mostly did hit headshots. So. Okay, you googled. Actually, I might. Although, actually, well, the other name must be available, right? Because one of the things was that like just IKEA wasn't available. Somebody had it already. As is, my face is going away as we'll do the outro here. As the light is kind of leaving us. But it's still kind of like there's still enough light for this. Character is a little bit dark, but that's fine as well. Because yeah, I'm gonna turn them around for the majority of it. Yeah, let's do our outro, and yeah, the outro usually I need a few takes because I'll usually get to the end of it and remember something and then go back in and fix that up. Let me make sure how the inventory was set at the end of that mission. Also, how long was that? Not long, likely, because it was 3 minutes 50. So, and yeah, the inventory was open like this. So that's the correct way. So I'm gonna start my recording on 3, 2. And to conclude this build showcase. I very much like this build. I have went through multiple iterations of it as I showed as well. And especially this latest iteration with 2 pieces of Brazos and 2 pieces of Picaros, with a Chainkiller and Araldi, or instead of Araldi, sometimes the Memento backpack. I quite like it. I keep gravitating back towards it. It is just enough of a difference between just a normal turret drone build or even turret drone hybrids, and enough of a difference between this and also just headhunter builds or hotshot builds that I quite enjoy it. It is a mishmash of the two, and I wanted to show it here, as even though it does not end up on my recommended build list, I have quite often recommended this specific build to some players, and it's very much a build, as I explained as well. It isn't the best build, but trying to get the best out of this build can be quite enjoyable. And there are quite a few builds like that. I find Pestilence kind of fits that bill. I find Red EP that I have currently on my my builds collection that will likely feature in a build showcase in the future with Shocker Punch kind of fits that build of being basically a singular mechanic that you kind of have to go all in on and try to maximize towards. And in gameplay, it is just variation. I will often grab this build and do a solo CP or some solo running around with. And nowadays, actually, having ran this for a little bit for testing as well for this build showcase, running it solo with Determined, although that's mostly as well because Determined is very overpowered. It does decently well, as all Determined builds do. And I kind of feel I actually kind of enjoyed more as I do, of course, have a hotshot as well, just a standard version of for Determined White Death. I kind of enjoyed this one more solo, as I also have that turret and drone to help alleviate some of the issues that I always have with Headhunter builds, which is that some things do not have heads. But yeah, that very much concludes this a little bit more quirky build showcase, as I wanted to go a little bit off meta, and I feel this does fit that bill quite well. And yeah, for my future videos, we're going to go into the damage calculation especially, and that will follow this video up, likely with a video in between. And then we will also, for my next build showcase, it will be on the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, which is one of the more requested builds of mine to do a showcase on, as of course the masterclass already exists on it. And also following that up, it will be likely in the new season with some videos about the new season and also the DPS and damage per mag video, which is highly requested. So I hope you join me for those, or over on Twitch, where I quite often stream most evenings, although I'll be missing a few evenings here and there. And as always, have a good night. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Let's see how long it is. It was a little bit messy as I was trying to go into photo mode and stuff, but that's expected of me. That was 3 minutes 35. Let's toss it all together into one playlist. And it is a 42-47, which is kind of exactly around the time that I want it to be. It was around 40 minutes. But yeah, for this one, I don't want it to be too long because it's just a off meta build, basically. That's all this one is to me. One that I enjoyed though, I really enjoyed the old version, and I kind of this version, especially with Determined, is okay. It's actually okay, but that's also like Determined making it okay. But yeah, most of the time I do run with the Nemesis just to mess about with it. I think I like this bit. Well, I mean, for solo play, I can totally like recommend this to people for solo play, especially if you kind of like that sniping play. Because yeah, you can send the turret and drone after stuff. And it is a fun build to me, which is not something I will quite often say about builds. Because yeah, but it is fun mostly for its challenge, trying to just keep that headhunter going. Because you have a weak headhunter. Because yeah, I mean, like this thing, especially with this white depth, like I don't know if you've seen gameplay out of it, but yeah, it can basically one tap every enemy. It needs one headshot to start the chain off, and then it can body shot everything else. Like, actually, they recaptured the CP. That is quite rare on heroic settings. I'm just trying to see if there's anything like nearby somewhere. Actually, we can go from the CP as fast. Also change your URL. Okay, yeah, I would, but also I would be okay. Well, link wise, I would say. Well, it was more I was interested in getting that
In danger.
like before I started going, but also I had IKEA 87 for a long time over here. Like I don't think likely IKEA already existed someone, because it's also not like it's not someone that streams, but it is an account that gets used, I feel. So this is what like a determined headshot can do. You just headshot that guy and then body shot, body shot, body shot. Like this is the reason why so many people are pissed off at determined, including me. Like, how is this a sniper build? Like this is basically, this is Regulus without the extra steps of Regulusing.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because if you really want to farm, and that's the thing, I will likely in the next season, if it stays the way it is,
Friendly.
I will do a hotshot. But also, you don't even need this. You can just do it with. Actually, surprised that didn't actually kill him. But yeah, you can even do it with the D50 basically. Oh, actually, I swapped. Of course, I didn't have determined on the D50. I had determined on the white dad. So that's the reason it didn't kill him. Because yeah, otherwise I could have like followed that up. Because yeah, you can do that with the determined build. Like it's determined that is overpowered and making everything way too easy. But yeah, likely in the new season, if the tournament stays as is, like I will likely do a build showcase on Hotshot and also with the tournament in there. Because at that point, it's also like, if you want to be meta, this is the meta. This is one of the metas. I'd be I'd be hyped for a PFE. Yeah, masterclass on PFE is very much one that I will likely do. It will likely be halfway in the next season at the earliest. Because yeah, masterclasses do take a lot of like time. Because yeah, what I usually do for build showcases as well is just kind of get all of the thoughts in my head, think about it for several days, make some notes. So for instance, for this one, I didn't have many notes, but just kind of just all the names of the weapons and stuff that I want to talk about and stuff like that. But also I just sit there and think about like, what do I want to say is the thing with it. I'm gonna turn back on Golden Bullet because Golden Bullet. And then yeah, I will likely, seeing as I won't be going on for way too much longer, but I would be interested in maybe doing a few missions or something if people are interested, or otherwise I will jump into some random matchmaking. Actually, let me go see if there's a CP I captured in that. I feel I did. Might have reset afterwards though. But yeah, PFE Masterclass will eventually come, but like those ones take quite a lot of to like get my. And yeah, the thing with PFE as well.
Civilians in distress.
I would likely showcase several versions of it, but there's also like infinite amounts because yeah, you could technically PFE Umbra if you wanted to. You could PFE all of the gear sets. Although hunters wouldn't fit well. Gonna resupply this guy for 50 of resources, which will be the daily.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
It'll be night soon. I know.
That's usually worthwhile. There's your Providence there as well. Let me catch up here actually before I go. Do you lose headhunter if you swap weapons? No, but the cap. So if you swap between the cap, will move over basically. So the saved amount. But if the cap of the weapon you're swapping to is lower, it will go to that cap. So if you basically swap to a weapon that has a lower cap and then swap back, you will only have the amount of that lower cap. Which is like kind of weird way of explaining it, but yeah, once you kind of use it, you will understand. But yeah, usually you can move between weapons. But yeah, especially if you're moving from a weapon, so for instance, from a Nemesis to a D50, which has like much lower cap, you will lose a bunch of your cap. Going from a D50, even if it's fully at its cap, it will just be a tiny amount in the Nemesis bar. Yeah, 1886 does work as well, but 1886 doesn't work on Hotshot well. You can make a rifle build for it basically, which is works decently well. But with Hotshot, you're better off with White Dot just because of the marksman rifle bonuses. I think the old names was. Yeah, and the timer is weird, and the icon also bugs out as it did there as well during during recording there. It went away a few times when it should show up. But usually, what you can do with Headhunter is just ignore that icon and just after a while you'll get a feel for it of like I hit that last headshot, so I'll have this much saved up, and then like, but yeah, it's decently consistent in that way. Yeah, that's because yeah, especially as well with determined that like even extra bugs out. Yeah, I wonder if anybody is interested in maybe joining for a few missions and just random stuff. Might do bank just to fill back up a little bit on Habsburg. Maybe a DUA
Another agent has joined your group.
or some Providencing. And or if somebody is looking for something specific, feel free to say so as well. But yeah, just I'm in the mood for some missioning. If anybody else is, just Salty hops on in. Are you looking for anything specific, Salty? Because yeah, otherwise,
Another agent is
I wouldn't mind doing a bank just to fill back up a little bit on Habsburg pieces as I've used up all of mine. Then yeah, let's. The bank is also always a fun Eclipse mission at least. Let's see if I missed anything. No. We could yeah, we could do a legendary if you guys want. Someone said it. Did they? Was that someone new, Toasty? We'll just take 3 directors, I feel. Just easy modes. Oh, well, yeah. Let's do bank first then, though, just to warm up. And then we can go do a legendary. Because I'm just looking at some of the builds of this character and kind of what would I want to run into there, but I might just run a high-end one. But yeah, just have a warm-up here. As I haven't eclipsed in a few days, strangely enough, I feel. Having... oh, actually, no, I did one countdown with fire eclipsing, just because I was missing it. And we'll matchmake for the last spot. And but let's head in as we do get someone instantly.
To the vault to recover the item the hyena stole from Air Force One. Our hyena insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
Another agent has joined your group.
Started off over there.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
And yeah, I'm guessing that's Toasty with the TAC 50. Yeah, getting some TAC 15 in. As especially the special weapon thing of Golden Bullet is kind of... I feel kind of underused. But yeah, it can be super strong. Like, even with the minigun, Or the flamethrower as well can be a really good one for it. Yeah, even the TAC 50 as well. Because as long as you're holding it, basically it's infinite ammo. As long as you're a one-shot killing. The only two that really don't work is the crossbow, because yeah, usually you put the crossbow away by the time it like explodes. And missile launcher for the same reason. Like they have flight time and stuff, so by the time usually that they actually hit, oh yeah. As, in my head we were in invaded version, but yeah, we have this chest down here that we should go and get. That I totally forgot about. Let me actually make sure that everything's looking okay over there. Oh, what's that? Scorpio build. I made a little Hunter's Fury build with Scorpion. Yeah. So actually, for Scorpio, I've quite settled on. I shouldn't just give free armor breaks the way that I'm doing, because yeah, we have fragile armor on. I was just standing out in the open. I was like thinking about the question now. Double companion as is in my build collection, and I find that one works really well because there was always they got their first Saint Elmo. May have been a drop. It may have been from
keep an eye out
from the season. Actually, we can see if it was from the season. It wasn't, because he would have also... Well, actually, no, he wouldn't. Actually, no, it had... No, never mind. I was thinking about the field proficiency caches, but of course you don't also get field proficiency caches while you're leveling the season, so that is a moot point. I was going to say, like, if it came from season, you would have gotten a field proficiency cache alongside of it, but of course that's not. Because you do not get field proficiency caches until you're level 100 in the season. I'm hoping the flame rounds survive, which they did, which is nice. As I said, they help a lot with the boss fight.
The vault's just up ahead.
But yeah, the Hunter's Fury build to go back to, yeah, the double companion one. I kind of find that works really well for Scorpio, because yeah, Scorpio can't really, there were no good damage talents to go alongside of it. Because yeah, if you're just going shotguns and not going Scorpio, you can actually go flatline as one of the options, which is a really good one.
Hostile radio intercepted.
The alarm!
And spotter on the chest.
The vault!
It's cool.
But yeah, that of course doesn't work for Scorpio. But yeah, double companion coming in with the chest companion.
Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out where the president...
Been quite strong, I feel, for that.
Back. Sync Isaac with the bank security system. There should be a data center near the vault.
And yeah, for most people, it will indeed be the Elmo that you get it from your season. So in the past seasons, it used to be, although of course this one is basically because it's weird, or because they fixed it, basically it was broken. Normally, you cannot get it out in the open world, or just as a drop, until you get it from the season. But they altered at some point the drops, because I wasn't actually dropping from targeted at all. In their fix for that, they also made it basically so that it can drop before you get it on your before you get it from the season pass, or well, from the season track, not per se the pass.
Agent down.
Trying to get a fire going over there, but I'm doing a horrible job at it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This heavy needs to go. It's actually, even with the crossbow, when you have golden bullet on, you can kind of rapid fire it. But yeah, it's still not very effective. Not as effective as with like the minigun. Yeah, as a clip, sometimes you do get golden bullet just from random spreads.
Subject located.
It's President Ellis. I'll have a helicopter on standby to extract him.
Allow lockdown procedure initiated.
That doesn't sound good. Isaac, do you have a way out of the vault?
Searching for a way out of the vault. 0 matches.
Piece of shit wristwatch. Okay, let me see.
I'm using some status effect on the gloves. I do believe it's supposed to be status effect around ninja.
But it's the only one we got.
Oh, for Scorpio, because Scorpio does not scale off of status effect. It only scales its status effect duration and damage. Well, actually, not its damage is fixed. Its duration is only reliant on how many pellets hit. So. But usually in the description of the weapon it will state what way is which. I'm gonna grab the med pack here because I used a few for armor breaks. Okay. I'm gonna assume then that was for the Scorpio build. Because the Scorpio does not benefit from status effect at all. Which is also the case for most weapons. Well, actually, no. It's 50-50 on the weapons. But usually it will state on the weapon's talent what it scales with. For instance, with the Val mask, it does say, for instance, that it scales off of status effect and stuff.
Give him an earpiece and get him on comms.
But yeah, there's a lot of those kind of quirks that you just learn over time. We're getting Division 4 already even. Well, I mean, they've basically not even announced it. They've just said they basically did the thing of we're hoping that someday we will hopefully making hopes and dreams about Division 3, which is of course a little bit far in the future, I would say still. but yeah, at the very least it's good to have a little bit of like confirmation that there is some support for the game. Well, the franchise, not per se this game. But that was also not a given.
We see you. You're clear to attach. Go, go, go!
I'm gonna do the thing I always do here, which is toss my hive in there already. Just so we can start that fight right away. And here's what I'm gonna... Once everybody's down, Put a fire cam there. Put a fire cam there.
The rest of the council.
Fire cam there.
The president.
We'll get him, man.
Because I had
Fuckers
plenty
aren't going
left.
anywhere but down.
And I'm hoping everybody jumps down pretty quickly, including this ally of ours. And once everybody's down here, the enemies spawn, and I will do that to them.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
And hopefully my allies spread it, which they kind of did there, so that's good. So I see that rusher coming for my face, but luckily somebody took him out. See that door open, so...
Received.
And one of the nice things as well with how much of a boost to accuracy and stability you get is that yeah, the Scorpio even at these ranges I can kind of like get yeah. What I'll do here as well is crossbow the boss, because yeah, that does do heavy damage to his chest if I get his chest. Although there actually the second shot missed. But my allies have golden bullet as well. I'm just gonna put a fire on him, mostly just to get the status effect bonus on him. And I'm gonna set up for the last wave. And they spawn up there, which is not a common place for them to spawn. Just checking if there's a split spawn, which it wasn't. It was all over there. Okay, I'm gonna send the fresh one up there as well. And there we go. And especially that trick of tossing stuff into this boss room is quite handy. Because yeah, especially as well, turret and drones and stuff, you can toss them and they can like, you can put them here already and just, because yeah, that's the spot we were on earlier. Just gonna grab these resources because I used up a lot of them. For optimizing and stuff. I did take it in damage and such, which is not uncommon for Eclipse here. Curious to see actually what our ally was. A focus. A Carbine 7 is good, but you kind of need to put a different talent on there, I feel. But yeah, they're using a focus version. Yeah, I mean, well, Tosi, you're interested in doing a legendary, I guess. Actually, yeah, that's maybe handy for if somebody needs it.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Because I'm considering maybe moving over a striker set from one of my other characters to this character, or just running an outlet, right? Or maybe running Redify. Well, yeah, Redify isn't great. Could run OD. Assist. On another 4 project. Oh, that was, and yeah, the last one we did is, yeah, the character that I usually do do legendaries with, which is the one that has strikers. Most of my other characters don't have any, like, all on, but yeah, I feel confident enough in running OD in there that I can, as well, with glass, with glass. And hey there, Izzy. Yeah, actually, also as well, if you're interested in maybe joining us, Izzy, I don't know if you're online. Well, you're. But yeah, we could also to others, if you're interested, we could use a fort, because otherwise we will matchmake for one, I feel.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Let's deal with these guys behind us. There's also that will give me special ammo.
Detecting
Selfishly.
contacts. Another
Scooby joins us.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, Golden Bullet is actually pretty good as if you haven't done legendaries before, to do them in these weeks. Your time won't count, which is actually surprised me actually that works that way. But it's good on the developers. I just guess I never checked before, because usually I don't care about time so much. But yeah, it's easy mode. We have 2 weeks of easy mode availability. Guessing Scooz went to get something real quickly out of a stash.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
As yeah, once everybody's ready. Actually, I still need to set the mission actually. I hadn't yet. Okay. And, actually, I'll grab a normal pulse. The pulse is quite handy, I feel, always for just spotting everything, especially here, showing where the mini tanks are. Because yeah, it's, oftentimes otherwise you just run into them. Well, everybody's ready, so
You've got your objective. Don't let anything
let's
stand in your
head
way.
in. I'm gonna mark multiple stuff just to have multiple.
Hostile assembling golden bullet. Golden bullet received.
Yeah, I deal a lot less against mechanicals like that, with sadist being one of my main talents, or one of my main damage parts. This always feels weird to me. To me, it's always one chopper in my head, but it's never is actually. It's always two separate choppers. That's just me not doing enough legendaries. And especially with Golden Bullet, once one of us has it, or multiples as we had there, we burn through enemies quite quickly. And if you want to min-max for it even, it's best to just rush through keeping Golden Bullet. Because actually, yeah, one trick I didn't talk about is deconstructing. Whenever you deconstruct actually a skill, you will actually reset Golden Bullet. Which you can use in some situations to keep a chain going. And here, let's let them come towards us and just aggroing them. But yeah, let them, or because yeah, at halfway like that doesn't really work because you're in range of their of their thingies, their stinger.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Because yeah, we either push into them and fight them while they're still way far back, or yeah, let them come more towards us. And yeah, seeing as chests and stuff all skill, let's go get all the chests. Well, it depends. I mean, with Golden Bullet, we can push. It's with a foam eclipse there, we can push into them. But then you have to kind of do it decisively. It's usually we're already pretty late, I feel, as Toasty says there. Yeah, usually pushes, but felt I didn't like it last time. But this is just also more risky. And honestly, like, why risk it even? Because it's so safe when you do it from like the secondary. I was hoping to stagger that sniper. I didn't. It was really the only thing that was going to fire there. And legendaries. We have a chest down here, which we can get without triggering yet. We don't have a shot there. Should not waste my ammo there. As well, my brain is kind of fried, I feel. Which is always the case at the end of an evening with having done a build showcase. Because I do expend quite a bit of mental energy trying to like be a little bit more coherent than I even usually am with. We're just streaming. I was about to grab some of those, well, that's those shock rounds, but I'm ongoing. Like I don't, yeah, that's not gonna work.
Hostile has 4 golden bullet.
Nice sledgehammer as well.
Received. Golden bullet.
Actually, I shouldn't have hanged on to this. Actually, I won't actually hang on to these. I was gonna say it might be useful for blue coring, but that's an E-pad. You will never blue core an E-pad. That is not a Fox's prayer. Oh yeah, it ends on that heavy, doesn't it? As legendaries aren't my home. I'm very much live on heroic, which I should change a little bit. Maybe become a little bit more knowledgeable about legendaries as well. But especially like Tidal is. I've done it a few times in PTS. I've done it like one time outside of PTS, and that has been it.
Agent down. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Door isn't open, sadly. I know, with Golden Bullet we're just gonna burn through these heavies. Actually, I should use my minigun at some point as well. I've used it. Alright. That's Bert. Big Bertha is here. That's Big Bertha hurts. Have.
Agent
That was actually not a great place, turns out. I did some damage. Did that loot back there? Oh, no, that's sacrifice. The deconstruct didn't happen. But yeah, it's still not used to not having to deal with recoil. I still pull the FAMAS down when I don't need to at all. Oh, well, actually, not even. I don't need to. I shouldn't, because I'm pulling it off target, actually. Yeah, here indeed. Let's go for the standard tactic of going all the way upstairs. Although I don't know, is there another tactic really here? I always just go always upstairs, and just deal with it from there. I mean, yeah, you can always headhunt, of course.
Enemy sighted.
But yeah, up we go. I'll go over here, leaving some space behind me. Is it the one dangerous thing about going up here is they can actually, I have seen it happen. I don't know if there's a like thing to it, but yeah, they can spawn behind us. But I think it's just fully random. Like there's like a small chance they could spawn behind us.
Golden bolt received. Serious trauma detected.
It's marking all of them. No, yeah, for solo indeed, you just stay back there in the entryway. But I feel in groups, like, that never really works well, right? Because you just don't have enough space for 4 people to shoot at. I was full up on ammo, but yeah, I can't see my ammo count. Yeah, I was running out of special ammo a few times, so I'm gonna swap over to the TKB and use that a little bit. Yeah, these guys spawn super late. I remember that from last time. That was the guy all the way in the back that had the golden bullet, meaning it's the last guy that we kill. He's getting some invisible enemies again, which yeah, super annoying. And indeed, the tactics, those delays out there.
Vital signs critical. An agent needs assistance. Golden bullet complete.
Use her to extend. I'm gonna use him to just die. Setting up for this wave to spawn. Lady, you're foamed. She rejected our reality and substituted in her own of not being foamed and just running around freely. Yeah. Oh, I'll share that one. That can be a obliterate chest for a last build. Yeah. But yeah, indeed. Just running. I'm gonna shoot that one, shoot that one, shoot that one, shoot that one, and shoot that one. And I really don't deal good damage against mechanicals. There's another spawn over there. And then the last wave spawns on the other end. I'll go. Yes.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Yeah, she finally ran out. There's no wings. Yeah, that is. Everybody kind of shifts over to doing just farming and stuff. It's also kind of why I'm gonna do that third account. It's actually, yeah, today I bought the game for it, as it was on sale on Fanatical for a decent enough price. Because also I had like a little bit of money on my like a coupon for there, so I used that. Oh, also I should be moving forward and going across, because yeah, we don't want to stay on this side for long if we can avoid it.
Agent received a golden bullet.
We want to shift along usually. That's some bad shooting on my part. I'll blame Canada. No particular reason, just screw those guys. Still heard the line. Oh. Police cars starting their siren right outside. And I recognize a problem with my build choice now. I won't, of course, have ads to provide me with special ammo. Meaning that I'm just... Oh, backpack's gone. Meaning I'm just a bad red build at that point. No keepers so far, although we do get a project finish. And I had that one chest to share, which could be usable. It's also expensive. Also, at that point, you might as well free talent one. Or make a free talented one. That's not either. Now, what was our time there actually? 18 minutes, which yeah. That's mostly being carried by Golden Bullet. Actually, what was my contribution there? It wasn't the worst, so I didn't keep up really, but I didn't do horrible. As I said, we were all around the same level as well. So, as likely as well, if I go and have a look at my allies, there will be strikers and strikers. But yeah, I provide a little bit of buffing, which was my contribution. And also, yeah, this character doesn't really have. Well, I mean, she has a glass red and stuff, but I don't want to run a glass red there. As a I don't know if you guys are up for maybe one more thing, something, whatever's. And then yeah, that will likely be it for me.
Good to see you.
Yeah, briefly gonna clean this up and get a backfire out of it, which will go into the exotic components cache. So I'm curious as well, just to see. Already I'm over 100, so I'll have a decent amount saved up for next season, including ability to buy a bunch there. And yeah, with Golden Bullet active, I'll likely still get like 5 of there. Well, that might take some wild money, I would say. And yeah, well, 18 minutes with Golden Bullet is pretty achievable. With a decent team, like 20 minutes is. You can consistently do 20 minutes with a decent team, with one foamer, 3 people doing strikers. I mean, of course, you can speed run it and do it even a lot faster. But yeah, just consistent for like just normal players, like players that kind of like know what they're doing a little bit. Especially DUA, I feel is there's a reason I usually do solo DUA when it's available. Yeah, and yeah, indeed, 15 minutes as well is realistic for a team, especially as well if you're not looting. Looting does take a little bit of time. It does take 2 minutes on that mission, likely. Yeah, are you guys interested in any of the targeted or something, or we just pick a mission at random? If there's maybe something on a zone somebody's after, we could also do a few CPs or something. I just want to shoot something a little bit more before I head off to bed, basically. I have a build with 80% acid and I love the backfire. Yeah, the backfire can be decent for running gun builds. Although I find usually it's more that you make a hazard protected build and then you put a backfire on it than making actual backfire builds. I do have 2. I never find a use for them over just Hunter's Fury, for instance. Well, Summit Legendary is actually pretty. The thing about Summit Legendary, especially solo, it is actually decently doable. Because where the missions do not scale the amount of enemies that spawn, but they do scale the armor and health. In Summit, like most rooms will be just 2-3 enemies at a time for Legendary, which makes it manageable enough for solo play especially. Oh, well, I see somebody marking capital. Actually, I can see who that thirsty. You wanna go do that one? Although, yeah, that I would say maybe not on legendary though. Just old-fashioned-y. Or maybe if you guys have another character that needs it, we could do another legendary on DUA just to get another project done. No, if because then yeah, I will swap characters if you guys are up for that. Yeah. I'll swap characters. I'll be right back. As I said, is one of the benefits of having multiple characters is exactly that of having the projects not being shared, or well, yeah, not being shared indeed. So each character gets to get their own projects done.
Safe area entered.
I'll jump back up on that group, which included Salty. Let's then, but then let's actually reform because the loot will be looted in there. Well, I don't know if you guys swapped characters at all, or you guys have multiples available or not.
You are now group leader.
Salty doesn't visit, those are all watch alts for the rest of it. And,
An agent has left your group.
someone there as well. Are you swapping scoops or are you heading to bed? As you said, they're heading to bed soon. But was that this soon or were you just swapping there? Okay. But then actually, yeah, let's reform on
You have left the group.
on here because yeah, so just reform on me. I'll actually turn off these global directives. Because then, yeah, the loot otherwise would not be available because in that world it would still be active as the session there, and we had looted the chests. I'll just take the global directives off, and then we'll head in and do. And then yeah, on this character as well. So this is my issue usually with because of the ubiquity of strikers is that yeah, not all my characters have strikers. Actually, only one of them has strikers. But then in this case, this one has Heartbreaker, which is good enough. Good enough for government work. And yeah, this is actually the backfire build that I one of the damage dealing versions. And yeah, what I'll do as well here is grab a grade 20 Kingbreaker. Actually, I also recognize now that I didn't use my Nemesis that was graded to 20 during that build showcase. But I'm also fine with that. Like, it adds a little bit, but where is it? I do have a Mantis and a Nemesis graded to 20. And yeah, I'm actually going to grab a Kingbreaker at grade 20. Put that in. See if I can keep up with a striker. with old season strikers. I'm gonna guess yeah. Striker there. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here and set the mission, and yeah, we'll just do this legendary once more, and then that will be it for me. And then yeah, tomorrow and so yeah, Friday, tomorrow and Saturday, I won't be streaming as I do have work obligations in the evenings. So yeah, those nothing will be there. But yeah, Saturday I'll release this build showcase we recorded today. I'll stitch it together tomorrow, and it'll be ready for Saturday. And And then yeah, back at it Sunday, although likely Sunday I'll just do some farming, get my alts, like my normal alt account, all the way through Golden Bullet, basically getting all the challenges done. And then yeah, Monday and then Tuesday, I'll make also a video on my YouTube channel just to announce it a little bit. Yeah, we'll be doing 2 12-hour streams of getting a new account, seeing how far we get with the new account in 24 hours. One thing I also still need to do is actually figure out how to get a timer on screen. Feel it shouldn't be too hard, as a lot of I feel a lot of speedrunners likely have that figured out, but I don't yet. But hopefully there's a good guide or something somewhere. Were we? Okay, Salty. Yeah, that was like, who were we missing? But yeah, Salty is still likely swapping some gear around to. I feel they didn't have. They had watch alts, but they didn't have like full characters at the ready. I would love to see Tidal basing Ledger. Well, yeah, Tidal would take too long for what I have in mind now. So on this one, as you're asking how much hazard protection I had on the backfire build, this one is kind of the same setup. 80 on the build itself and then 2 mods of bleed. I'm running Demolitionist as well, making it immune to fire as well. So it's immune to fire and bleed, and then for the rest it's 80% hazard protected. But on my build collection, there's also another one that is 100% hazard protected, which is more of a hazard protection build that then runs a backfire. So fix up the cameras that left us. And as you backfire for this pestilence as well for Golden Bullet can work decently well, because yeah, all of those things that are reliant on like hit number or like rate of fire basically, they of course benefit a lot more. As if everybody's ready, let's yeah, it is set. So
you've got your objective.
Let us
don't let anything stand in your way.
Let us go say hi to Mr. White Tusk. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I might have been a little bit too aggressive with us. Yeah, that guy is there. Nah, I can't really hit him. That's annoying.
Golden Bullet complete.
So sneak in that Golden Bullet. I just saw that guy in the corner of my eye having Golden Bullet. Completely unstacked, so let's fix that. Heartbreakers, just as much as strikers, you need to stack them. Once you get them going, they go. And yeah, indeed. Let's push this time, indeed.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Exotic out of it as well, which is nice. Oh, that that heavy took a weird route. It's not from targeted, although of course targeted it couldn't have been. But yeah, an exotic component. Anyhow, we can get the chests, at least the people that swapped characters. Let's do that. Alright. Let's head in. Yeah, once you have golden bullet as well, one of the things is that you can actually just blind fire because you have such high accuracy that it's actually like even at mid range you can still kind of get some decent on target out of it.
Deploying UAV.
Right. Gonna go get this chest as well. So we're all back together. We'll head on up. And at least on this build, I'm a little bit more damaging to warhounds and such. That ongoing does not deal well with mechanicals. Oh, the dogs were invisible for scoops, which is annoying.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm gonna take a second here to heal, especially. Just some small chip damage because we'll have one more wave after this one.
System malfunctioning. Hostile assembling a golden bullet. System reactivated.
Yeah, she'll go set up in the corridor here. Is this timed or? Is it actually that spawn? I feel I don't know. Okay. Okay, just in the same way for the main mission. Put that one as well. Right, let's be thorough and grab those resources as well. In we go.
I got him.
It's annoying that the golden bullet guy is all the way in the back, of course.
Received.
I got it. And yeah, one thing I didn't actually discuss it in the video because yeah, it's more of a group tactic and it's just more of a thing to. For instance, there was a guy in the middle of that pack there that had the golden bullet, or was building up the golden bullet. I already had golden bullet. I could easily have killed him, but I left them basically for somebody else to kill, just so they would get a golden bullet too. Because it's quite easy once you have the golden bullet to just, you know, kill everything. But yeah, you're better off just letting your allies as well get golden bullets if they can.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
And therefore, part of it, I was in range of one of them with their stinger. But the thing is, when that happens as well, like, you don't really need to fall back right away. You have a few seconds before, like, it takes a few of those stinger hits before you, like, bleed out. You know what, I'll hang on to that one. So, back for everyone. Indeed. The only thing better than one golden bullet is 2 golden bullets. The only thing better than 2 golden bullets is 3 golden. But yeah, there is a little bit of like teamwork that you can do like that. Of just leaving some for your allies.
Get over here! Like that shit!
I'm gonna do something a little bit dangerous, which is push up to here. And mostly I'm betting on being able to get a golden bullet. For the later waves, it's actually better to be on this side. I should have left that for my allies, but... But yeah, Heartbreaker pretty strong too. It's not as strong as a Striker, but it does work. And then the bonus armor is nice to keep vigilance up. That's really its only thing. But of course, Striker just doesn't have vigilance. Just uses the normal backpack, or just uses the Striker backpack.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. An agent needs assistance.
Come on, game.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
The game really didn't want to stop moving me around. 'Cause I was trying also, yeah, to grab a TDI card custom, but actually I'm technician, so I don't actually need that. It's a decent looking to get, but yeah, I'm good on those. Mostly as I'm moving them all over to be rate of fire ones currently. So that one wouldn't survive long with me. I'll grab these shock rounds. And one of the annoying things about Heartbreaker is it can't stack on mini tanks and such where strikers can. So I can't use that mini tank that was over there to stack on.
Friendly is dead. Hostile on this.
And I just spread that out. Focus myself on Mr. Golden Bullet here.
Received. Golden bullet.
Yeah, for instance, there I killed the guy with Golden Bullet, but yeah, in my defense, the icon popped up like a millisecond before I actually killed him, so. But also with this, with the builds we're running, which is likely 2 strikers and this Heartbreaker and the Film Eclipse, there is no, like, if one of us has the Golden Bullet, that's enough to kill the entire wave.
System curtailed.
I was hoping to be out of range there, but I wasn't.
System restored.
So I feel bad that last time we didn't do this. Doing it this time. And yeah, balls can be really great for stuff like that. Just you see everything. Well, a shield can be handy, especially for shield picking. But yeah, like here I'm not shield picking either. I'm doing okay. I mean, of course, we're getting carried by Golden Bullet.
Golden bullet complete.
Backpack's gone. There we go. What was the talent there? Okay. That was a vigilance one that was like worth sharing, but not in its current state. Never tried Heartbreaker. Well, I mean, it's
Golden bullet being
it's
assembled by hostile.
basically in its red version that I'm running here. It's basically Strikers but worse. In its red variant, especially also without the backpack and stuff, it has a little bit of a mechanic of extra bonus armor, but that is also pretty weak without any blue cores. That's really why I do like it for the Tech Tank version. I feel the Tech Tank Heartbreaker is like very much the best way, the best use of Heartbreaker, I feel, in the game. The red version as is here isn't bad. It's like it is higher than a glass red at full blast with the same 100 stacks that Striker has, of course. It links into Technician really well as well, letting you use a Kingbreaker as here. As I'll likely did decently well. I'm gonna assume there, as I kept up with the Strikers, which is the intended thing for it. Because it can keep up. It's just, why would you run it if you could run a Striker? Becomes a question. Because yeah, especially for instance the Kingbreaker and stuff, you could just put a Kingbreaker on a. You could make a flatline Striker, like many people even do, because yeah, it is one of the strongest version of Striker. Gonna pop my exotic cache, see what comes out of it, as a Sacrum comes out of it.
Nice to see you, Agent.
No, actually, I will hang. This one's also expensive, actually. I will hang on to that one, though. Yeah, that one's actually not worth keeping. Because I actually need to still optimize up Sacrum Imperium to be full, because yeah, the Sacrum is the other weapon. Everybody goes, Elmo is the first weapon that can run detox, but or can be, but yeah, Sacrum was first, but everybody forgot about Sacrum. But yeah, I still don't have a detox Sacrum. I have this one, and I have now this one. So this one is 4 and a little bit. This one is also, this is 5 and a little bit. So actually, yeah, that other one is better off being optimized. So yeah, I will actually deconstruct that one. Because yeah, I still need to optimize one to full, but I haven't like really cared about that one.
An agent has disconnected.
Scoobs likely jumps out there. And yeah, I'm gonna do the same actually, and wind down here basically.
An
As
agent is no longer in your group.
I catch up into here as well.
An agent is reconnected.
Double closers the so to get the same exo. As I'm gonna just interrupt the group. And yeah, thanks for everybody that joined there towards the end and helped out. And yeah, we did. Actually, what was our time on that last one? I didn't even look. Likely around the same 18 minutes. Felt around that, which is with looting and stuff is 1650. Yeah, and the thing is though that yeah, they those times do not show up on the leaderboards, which is the right thing actually. But yeah, it's surprising that I actually had. Well, I likely have checked that in the past, but I've forgotten about it by this point. Because yeah, they don't become your legendary times on these leaderboards, which makes sense. Because otherwise, everybody's best time would be set during Golden Bullet. But yeah, so I will not be back here tomorrow evening, as I often say. I will be back here Sunday, which is 2 days in between. Yeah, tomorrow and the day after, I'll be working 2 long days. I'll be stitching together that video we build showcase as it was made there together, and that will go out for Saturday, which I feel is good. And then Sunday I'll make a short video announcing like for people to come if they're interested and join the 2 12-hour streams Monday and Tuesday. Although Sunday as well I'll just be streaming. But I'll just be doing basically all of the cleanup work, making sure that both accounts basically are completely done and have done Golden Bullet fully and gotten all the challenges done, just so I can focus the rest of that week basically on the new account. Yeah, it's already been made, and of course it is going to use another name that sometimes has propped up in my videos, as Nokia will become one of my characters. Although actually, so the funny thing was that a lot of variations of that were already taken. So I was hoping that just to take, just Nokia, but I was guessing somebody had already taken that. I was hoping to do like no and then underscore Kia, but that was also taken. So it has become no underscore Kia underscore. So, and yeah, likely for those streams, I'll be starting at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime. So basically, going all the way to 1 at night. Which I also kind of need to remember to buy some foods and stuff that I can like just snack on the whole day and keep myself going. Actually, as Toasty asked there, what are the starting times? But yeah, so I'll be starting at 1 p.m. Central European Summer. So 1 o'clock my afternoon, meaning that the stream basically ends around the same time that it normally does, which is 1 hour ago. Which I went a little bit long today, as we'll be missing 2 streams tomorrow and the day after. And hey there, crazy custom mods. I'm doing good, but we are also actually just about to sign off. So we are also going that ways. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining, and bunch of stuff coming up. And also in that week as well, I will make the damage calculation video, which is much requested. So that's one to hopefully look forward to. As I've put way too much stuff in the guide now, and I actually need to trim it down because I have a bunch of analogies in there of like how to think about like stuff like diminishing returns and stuff. But I'm gonna sit on it a little bit and think about it. But that's gonna basically come out likely next Wednesday, I feel likely, and then it's going to be followed up by the Heartbreaker Tech Tank Showcase, although likely I'll do a rambling talk on something. Although that something is, I think I have a good topic I have a few good topics in mind. So but I'm rambling, so I should just go. I'm gonna just go. So thanks everybody for joining. Thanks to those that came and played today. And as always, have a good night.